journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
It's Friday, guys. It is indeed Friday, and this is the People's Breakfast. My name is Mungala. The time right now is exactly 1 minute past 6 o'clock, and the People's Breakfast is live and direct. We're coming through to you on 88.8 in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and of course 89.5 in Garissa. Lamu ni 92.6, na Malindi ni
92.1, and of course on our social media platforms, on X, that is on Instagram, on YouTube, on TikTok, tupate pale kama at Radio Gen KE from school, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Assignment kwa wingi. So leo nyinyi mnaenda leo sherehe. The moment I leave the studio here at 10:01, nishafungua laptop kazi yanze. Yeah, so today up until Monday evening, I have lots and lots of work.
But you know, one secret about doing assignments, ni unaanza mapema. Unafanya kidogo.
Yes.
Yeah, kidogo, yes.
Unfortunately, this adult life we live in won't allow us to do vitu kidogo. It won't allow us because we have family to take care of, and not just nuclear family, but nuclear and extended family.
But you know, okay, even if you have extended family, you have a family to look after.
Yes.
There is that time when you need time for yourself.
It's
and
true.
That is when you do your assignments, you do your 1, 2, 3. Yes.
And that's why I said this adult life that we live in right now in 2025, kwa allow watu fanya ati wanze ti mapema, like ungeanza kazi a week ago. Hapana, hii unaifanyanga wakati unapata nafasi. Yes. So but anyway, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that
you will be busy.
Kazi ni mob.
Yeah. Kesho nadhani kwamba nitatoka tunaenda wedding flani, pre-wedding flani. Okay. Yeah, one of our staff members.
Okay. All right.
Sema anapeleka mbuzi.
Anapeleka mbuzi.
Mbuzi wawili kwa kambani.
Ama ni ngombe. Acha tutaona. Hiyo ni story atatuambia wakati wake ukifika. Lakini kwa sasa labda tuangalie which day are we celebrating?
Yeah, today we are celebrating I know it is a unique day. I mean, a funny one. Yeah, happy international. Okay, let me just say happy International Cats Day.
Okay. Cats. Paka. Meow. Meow. We are celebrating cats, eh? So what about them? It's just like an international day to
just to celebrate the cats. Yeah, you just create awareness of how friendly these animals are.
Yes.
Yeah, these pets we do stay with at home.
Paka na umbwa unampenda nani? Ama una prefer nani? Maybe upendi yeyote, lakini which one do you prefer?
Well, I would prefer the dog
to a cat. I think I would also prefer a dog to a cat. However, my parents have cats. And whenever I visit them, I play a lot with those cats. Shida tu ni moja.
But you don't want them to be part of you in your nuclear family.
Yes, I don't. They usually say as playful as a cat, eh? My parents' cat like scratching a lot. Yeah, I think they get overexcited to the point of scratching.
What I don't like about cats, first of all, is how at night you are asleep, you will just come and find them just around just near your nose. Yeah, that's what I don't like about cats.
It's because
they like coming there to get that warmth as you breathe.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, so
your
I don't like
warm,
and therefore it's kind of really irritates me.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're allergic.
Yes. To that.
Out umefanya sana ndo kusikia mapo yangu.
When I see them, I start scratching my nose. I feel irritated. Yes.
I thank God I don't have any allergies of any kind, whether in food, environment, cats. Mimi niko tu sawa. But anyway, I also love dogs. We used to have a dog back in the day. Ilikuwa inaitwa tulikuwa na kadhaa. Kuna moja ilikuwa inaitwa loan, like the loan you get from a bank. Yeah, we used to have one called loan. Then we had another one called Blackie. Now Blackie we adopted from a neighbor. Who had to leave suddenly and they couldn't live with the dog, so wakatuachia Blackie alikuwa mbaya. Very vicious dog. And then of course neighbors walikuwa na the usual Bosco, kulikuwa na Tusker, and so on and so forth. So I'm a dog person personally, but my parents all their lives they've had cats. So hata mimi nimegrow around cats. It's just that I don't like cleaning after them. So
one fact about cats,
okay,
is that they sleep for 16 hours a day. So we have 24 hours a day. So them they spend 16 of those hours sleeping.
I agree with that fact. Paka kama
wanapenda kulala.
Paka kama hakimbizi panya analala. When they are not eating, they are sleeping. Yeah, that's very true. I agree. But when they start playing, like especially kittens, yeah, it's as playful as a kitten. Especially kittens, when kittens are playing, those things will play with anything and everything. There's a time I found they have chewed my shoe. Cats, kittens, I mean. They chewed my shoe. Mpaka was my slipper. Actually, it was a slipper. They chewed my slipper. Mpaka was like, "Ai, hata kama ni mchezo jameni." Anyway, so any other day we are celebrating?
No.
Aya, tuingie kwa train.
Yes.
Chuku inatupeleka wapi?
We are going to this one, Martin Luther King Jr., who said, "We may have all come on different ships, but we are in the same boat now." Martin Luther King Jr. said, "We may have all come on different ships, but we are in the same boat now."
I think he was talking about the slaves, right? When blacks came from Africa, they were sold as slaves in America, right?
Yes.
So they came from different ships, because also different merchants used to sell different slaves. So we had the Portuguese, who are also merchants in slaves. We had the Arabs.
Yes.
We had also the English, Italians, all those other all those other colonizers, if I may call them. So
slave traders.
Exactly. So when they got to America now, you are all blacks. It didn't matter whether you are from Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa.
The boat is
the
black. Is you are a black person. You are from Africa. You don't belong here.
I'm interested and fascinated by how the black population in the US are trying now to find their roots. There's this thing, some DNA thing they're doing nowadays to find out where your DNA,
your origin,
originates from. So it could be from West Africa, and sometimes they can even narrow it down to maybe a country like Nigeria or Ghana or Senegal. If it's East Africa, Tanzania, Kenya, and so on and so forth. So some blacks are going to take their DNA and have it have the database checked. And when they discover that, oh my goodness, I'm from the Zulu tribe, for example, they're excited. They're like, my forefathers were warriors. You understand?
If you come from Kenya,
they're like, oh my, could I be Kamba? Long distance traders, and then some of them are like from Tanzania, from the lineage of Akina Mekatalili, and so on and so forth. So it's quite interesting. Quite interesting. But
I also want to look at it from a different perspective. That's the perspective of integration. That you may be coming from Kampa, I'm coming from the Luo community, I'm coming from the Somali community, but we are now in the same boat. We work together, we learn together, we build the country together.
Yes.
So that is quite important that we understand, yes, you come from a different culture, I also come from a different culture, but when we just become intentional that we are here for one purpose, we want to build the country, we want to build peace in the country, we want to ensure that our communities come together, live together in harmony and peace, then it makes that quite a good difference.
Yeah, and a lot of like us Africans now, we are trying to get away from all this tribalism, partyless, leaderless, tribeless.
Yes.
Na huko majuu wanajaribu kukuja find out, am I Kamba? Am I Kikuyu? Am I Jaluo? Anyway, we wish them all the best. But yeah, celebrating the fact that we are all in the same boat. Well, I'm sure he was talking about the black population in America at that time. But we can also look at it from a Kenyan perspective. Now, politically, we might come from different tribes, my friend, but we are in the same boat now, right?
Yes.
Let's get on to rgk.co.ke. If you haven't opened that yet, please do. Kumaanisha wewe ni mwenyeji, alafu kama wewe ni mgeni katika Radio Generation ama The People's Breakfast, wacha nikukaribishe. Kitu cha kwanza unafaa kufanya ni ufungue mtandao wako, alafu ulog on to rgk.co.ke. Not only will you get the top stories there, or the stories that have been making headlines in the last couple of hours, you're going to see our faces. There is Triciah, Wayua, and myself. So kindly do that. But also you can watch us on our YouTube channel. That is at Radio Generation Kenya. But if you're probably driving, going to work, you can also just tune in to 88.8 if you're in Nairobi, 97.0 90.7 in Mombasa.
Yes.
Then there's 92.1 in Malindi, 92.6 in Lamu. Garissa, it is 89.0. 101.5. We're also live on our social media channels, that is Facebook Radio Generation Kenya, and on X it is Radio Gen KE. That's where you'll get to see us as well. Like we said, we are audio visual. Not only do you hear us, but you see us as well. Let's get on to the first story, and this one is about KWS, the informant who gave false leads in search for missing Lake Nakuru fisherman. This one is fresh out of our newsroom, actually, just posted a couple of minutes ago, and this is what it says. A Kenya Wildlife Service informant misled such teams, family members and activists in the hunt for missing fisherman Brian Odhiambo, derailing efforts to uncover the truth about his disappearance, Parliament has heard. Odhiambo was last seen on January 18th, 2025 in the company of Kenya Wildlife Services offices near Lake Nakuru National Park, doing what began as a routine patrol but has since turned into a case shrouded in mystery. Now, appearing before the National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Tourism and Wildlife on Thursday, KWS Director General Dr. Erastus Kanga told MPs that the informant gave false directions during a site visit to the lake before admitting he had no knowledge of any mass grave. Now, the informant gave conflicting directions, pointed to hotel flower beds, and eventually admitted he did not know any mass grave. Yes, the director of KWS said. So here's the situation. Someone was taking advantage of this, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know whether they had been promised something. Maybe kakitu.
And gave misleading information, yeah?
I mean,
this case has been there for some time. I remember the first time the family was coming out to report on the disappearance of their loved one, and it has been painful for them. You just see how painful it is, how they've put all effort in trying to look for justice, and actually before they could conclude maybe something really happened to him. You know, initially we mkona hope, like, oh, pengine tunaenda kumpata. Yeah, so it's...
But I wonder why he would lie. Is there something he had been promised? Because I feel like he had been promised something. Because mi siwezi kasumbuana na watu kama hakuna kitu I'm getting out of it. Probably he was promised some some money. Then, sorry guys. Then in the middle of it all, I realized, maybe this is not as easy as I thought. Maybe he thought he would say, hey, noja niliona wameingia pale kwa ile bush pale. Bwana ni muangalie uko sijui mtapata nini.
Then kwamba unajua ni wapi? Asema yes, twende.
Akaambia njoo utuoneshe vizuri sana. Tunataka utembee venye walitembea. Then you're like, oh, ni tembea venye walitembea afande. Tembea. Alafu natembea, wakafanya nini? Sasa si unaona hapa afande. Yenyewe nilikuwa na enjoy. Yeah. I think that is what happened.
Well, it's so funny. Unakumbuka kitambo, there's this quote, there's this saying that nilikuwa naona most of the time wanaeka kwenye baiskeli, kwenye magari. Ilikuwa inasema witness jailed. So, and of course, kitambo tulikuwa tunaambiwa most of the time as a witness you will end up being jailed when you give false information and so forth. And of course, when you give false information, of course you can be jailed.
Let me tell you, here in Kenya we lie a lot. And especially even under oath, like in court, in parliament, when you take, if you're a witness before these committees, you actually do swear an oath to say that whatever you're going to say here is going to be the truth and nothing but the truth. Because some of these institutions are sacrosanct. That means, it's like more or less sacred, and you just can't joke with them. You just can't say things when unajisikia. So whatever you say has got to matter.
Yes.
So in court, like in the States, for instance, I know we see this a lot in movies. It's called perjury, where you lie under oath, and there they take it seriously. Ukipatikana ulidanganyana. Even in cases where there is no physical evidence, like there is no recording, no video recording, audio recording, or no documentation, people don't lie.
Yeah, but ijulikane kwamba you are lying.
Ukipatikana, it has got serious consequences in terms of punishment. Here in Kenya though, unashikanga Biblia unainua mkono na unasema na hapa ya kwamba then you go and you lie through your teeth and unasema yes, huyo mtu tuliona akiingia pale.
And you know it is a lie.
Yes, because someone has paid you to give that lie. Unfortunately, people here go scot-free. Try that nonsense in the United States of America. Unaona kwa Trump, mali anaitanga kwa Uncle Sam. Anyway, what are you seeing on your end?
Well, also looking at this issue of the Treasury.
Yes.
Yesterday, this is a story that has been done 40 minutes ago, and this is what it says. Treasury defends payments to farm outside original e-citizen deal, cites contract revision. This story has been written by Tanya Wanchiku, and this is what it says. The National Treasury has defended payments amounting to nearly 500,000 shillings to a company not part of the original e-citizen consortium, saying the firm's entry was formalized through a revised contract. Appearing before the National Assembly's Public Accounts Committee on Thursday, Treasury Principal Secretary Chris Kiptor said Electronic Citizen Services ECS was brought into the e-citizen framework through a contract novation after the Directorate of E-Citizen Services assumed operations of the platform in July 2024. Mambo na e-citizen.
So in summary, a special audit has flagged 492.1 million and US dollars 414,000 paid to Electronic Citizen Services, which was not named in the initial contract.
Yeah. Now,
this is where we take a step back, for myself, and then I take a deep breath. You know, these are things you can't even do in your own house, if we're being honest. If you agree something with your husband, for example,
tumesema
Yes.
hii na hii, this is what we are going to do as a family.
mkasema tuna save because in December tunaenda Maldives, for example. Sawa. Na umekuwa kicontribute wewe pia kama partner wake, si ndio? Akitoa unatoa. December ndio imefika. Mlikuwa mwende December 10th to the Maldives. Then on 9th or on 7th unakumbusha, babe, ni aje? You remember Maldives, eh? Yeah, according to my calculation, we must have saved 400,000. Si ndio? So let's do this. Then your babe tells you, hiyo pesa sijakwambia nimetumia my aunt in God knows where, in Bondo, let's even say in Bondo. Nimetumia my aunt in Bondo afanya nini? Anunue posho meal mpya. Maldives tunaenda next year. Would you be okay with that?
Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah.
You know, there should be prior communication before some of these things we do. And actually, this is what is making Kenyans doubt the credibility of this e-citizen system. You know, Kenyans have really been questioning. We have had a lot of funds that cannot be accounted. We have heard of other organizations that have been involved.
So if the initial contract had company A, why is company B receiving money?
And they are according to them, according to that, they said that there was a contract. It was this was a contract that was the agreement.
Yes.
That was done. There was the original contract, and of course later on there were some changes. Yeah. And that is why we still the contract, actually they are saying the contract was revised to accommodate the new company.
But why was it not there originally from the get-go, from the beginning? Why did it have to appear later?
Well, the thing I will tell you that the problem started when this system was being originated.
You see, like we said here yesterday, and I think days before, we've been saying that e-citizen haina shida. It is okay, to consolidate payments, because we are paying one government anyway. It's not like that we are paying for 5 governments.
That is okay.
It's one government, right?
Yes.
So it makes sense when we have one place to send that money. But now here is a problem when that let me call it that system or that gateway. By the time they was telling us tuanze kulipata school fees ya watoto ilipo huko sasa, and every other service
that relates to the government should be done through e-citizen.
Hata taxes zako sasa nalipa through e-citizen. So kwani hawako wamefikiria that okay, by the time we are telling Kenyans to do this, we need 5 companies. Why did they give 4 companies? And I'm just saying this in terms for arguments purposes. Why did they say 4 companies and then suddenly there are 5?
They reversed the contract.
Why did they not go through this thing before they launched it? You can't launch people into space,
then when they get to space you realize haya kuna paka tu kutuma hapa, then ati sasa rudini mchukue muende huko. Hapana, there's a problem there. Na tunajua the problem, it's just corruption. Hakuna kitu kingine. Tuacha kujifanya hapa hivi ati but you see we revised it's corruption. Haya hapa kuna story ya there's a train that crashed into Kenya Pipeline Company bus near Naivasha. Let's just read it real quick. It's been posted a couple of minutes ago. 8 people lost their lives and several others were injured when a train collided with a Kenya Pipeline Company staff bus at a railway crossing near Marendat farm in Naivasha. That is yesterday afternoon. The bus was carrying employees home after their morning shift when it was struck by an oncoming Kenya Railways train while trying to cross the huyu dereva hakuwa anaona hiyo train. Sitaki kublame dereva na sitaki kublame train, lakini mimi najua venye train crossings zinakuanga. You can almost tell one end from the other one. Like you can see almost a kilometer on the left and you can see almost a kilometer to the right. So as a driver you can make a decision to cross or not, because unaona kuna train ama hakuna train. So by the time this driver was getting on, and the track is literally what, about maybe 3 meters across, you can drive through 3 meters, you can drive through in literally seconds, if not milliseconds. So how did this bus stop on the tracks and got hit, or how, like walipata na aje na hii train? Unajua ndio swali nataka kujua.
Well, sometimes there is miscalculation.
Make me understand.
Sometimes drivers miscalculate, and especially when they are overtaking and so forth. I'm just giving an example of why some of these things really do happen, like the accidents that we witness on the roads. Sometimes it's just miscalculation. So the driver feels like, okay, naona train ama naona gari ko this distance, so I can be able to maybe cross, I can be able to overlap, but then unapata kwamba you miscalculated, maybe you underestimated their speed and so forth.
By the time you miscalculate and cross a railway and get hit by a train, like the kind of miscalculation you've done, that is a gross miscalculation.
Yes,
it's not just calculate. You see, number one, train si nduthi.
True.
Train si matatu yenye unaweza pimanisha ama tuk kuseme hivi nyina come, there's a way I can, if I just accelerate by 10 kilometers per hour I'll cross. No. Train is a huge thing, and it moves at a tremendous speed, especially after gaining momentum.
Yeah.
So you as a driver who's crossing that place, the only way I can explain this is maybe if they were crossing and then in the middle of the crossing gari ikaribiki kazimika.
Or some other times pengine alitaka kufunga brakes, then they failed.
So I don't, okay, yes, I mean, yes, maybe, yeah. So
maybe he had miscalculated, then as he was about like unataka kufunga brakes, then zimefeli.
Ama alionate na akasema hii train haiwezi nifikia kabla nivuke.
Okay,
then
actually
kuingia kwa tracks hivi ile gari kama okay leo ndio siku ndazimika.
Actually, let me tell you, those are some of the things that Kenyans sometimes, Kenyans pia we joke a lot. I'm not talking about this one, but I will just say Kenyans sometimes we really joke a lot.
Yeah, we do.
Kuna tu vitu tumejizoesha, then like it is a norm, like ukiona ndo iko pale unataka kukimbia. Do you know there are some people also who cross that railway wakiona gari la moshi ndo ile pale ilafika.
Yeah, actually I remember as kids, because we used to live close to a railway line. We used to tulikuwa tunataka kwenda kulala chini ya, okay, no one ever did it, but there are times we would what is it called, like tunaambiana siende ulale chini ya
the rails, between the rails, yes,
ipite juu yako.
Oh
yeah, but thank God we never did it, because I'm certain 100% someone would have died. Anyway, there's this story that has been making headlines yesterday, the better part of the afternoon, and it's about this airplane that crashed. A light aircraft crashed in a residential area in Muihoko area, Githurai 45, on Thursday afternoon and burst into flames. Githurai 45 Sub-County Police Commander Maurice Odanga confirmed the incident, but could not immediately confirm the number of casualties. Amateur footage from the scene captured multiple security agencies, including police and military personnel, involved in the rescue operation. Firefighters from the Kenya Defence Forces and the Kiambu County Fire Department worked jointly to extinguish the blaze that broke out upon impact. Yeah. People were saying that it was a military aircraft, but they came out and said it wasn't military.
Yeah.
It was actually an AMREF aircraft.
Yes.
Yes. So AMREF stands for Africa Medical Research Foundation, I think. So that is what happened. So they dispelled the fears that ilikuwanga ndege ya jeshi imeanguka, because I'm sure watu wa jeshi walikuwa nafikiria, guy, now could it be my person, could it be my relatives, especially people who have pilots as family members. I know a couple of pilots. So when I saw it, nilianza kushangaa, sasa hapa could it be someone I know?
Well, but again, we say even if it's not your relative or what, you know, the death of one person,
oh, of course,
really affects life. Yeah, and it's a big loss
for sure. So of course, more details will come through as far as that is concerned, so keep it to rgk.co.ke for more of that.
There's also this one story by Hussein Haji still on our website about Garissa leaders urging parents to protect children from crime. This is what he said: parents in Garissa have been urged to play a more active role in guiding their children amid growing concerns over youth involvement in criminal activities across the county. Garissa County Police Commander Moses Ombaso warned that the region was witnessing a troubling rise in crimes perpetrated by young people, adding that policing efforts alone cannot provide lasting solutions. He said, "We cannot fight crime through arrests alone. The foundation must start at home."
Yeah,
this is quite important, and not only for Garissa County, just across the country. You know, when kids are home, children are home for holidays, some of them tend to get involved in crime. True. Small crimes here and there. Yeah, we have witnessed that. I've been in Mombasa. I've witnessed this in Kwale, Mombasa, Kilifi. You realize that during that time, pata kuna just part of these young people unapata wanaingia katika crime. Pata ndio wananyang'anya watu phones kwa barabara and so forth. So it is a call. Yeah, let us take responsibility as parents, as sisters, as brothers. While our children are still at home for the holidays, we have a duty to ensure that they don't get involved in crime.
And that actually not just for residents of that county, but every other county.
Yeah, that's why I said across the country. Yes.
Yeah, because crime, unaweza kuwa hapo na mtoto wako and eventually kuja kusikia ilichoma, ushangae, mbona mmechoma mtoto wangu? Kumbe mtoto wako amekuanga akifanya vitu kwa mtaani, na maybe umekuwa ukitana blind eye, because I mean, as my child, I don't believe my child can do anything wrong. Yeah, so
you know, there are some parents, when they wake up, they go to work. I know, of course, people must work.
Yes.
When they wake up and go to work, they forget about their children. You do not know where their child is. Ama kuna mzazi mwingine anakotu kwa nyumba, but he doesn't know where their child wanaenda wapi. Utapata mtoto anarudi nyumbani saa 3 ya usiku. And he's a student. Really? Yeah, I think we need to take responsibility as parents.
Yes, indeed. Can we check out the traffic so we can get into the newspaper review? Let's see what is happening on the roads of Nairobi. Kwa hivyo kama uko barabarani, wacha nikuambie kama umekwama ama kama unasonga au sio.
Traffic.
Let's take a look at Mombasa Road, for instance. I like checking out this road because it is one of the largest stretches we have, and traffic is usually in pockets, not usually and on the entirety of the road. So right now at 6:29 in the AM, hamna shida yoyote. Naangalia mahali kuna kwanga prone to traffic jam. The only places I can see that have got issues right now are at Upper Southfield Mall as you're trying to join Mombasa Road. Yeah, Old Mombasa Road also looking good at this particular minute, but hapo kwa Southfield Mall, or that is on the opposite side of the road as you're trying to join Mombasa Road, kuna kwanga na two potholes hapo hivyo, so hizo zinakwanga na ngori once in a while, but everything else is looking fantastico. Wapi kwingine kuna noma. Actually the entire road is looking green at this particular hour. Nothing to complain about. Naona pia Oloitoktok Road haina shida yoyote. Watu wa Wayakiwe pia hamna complaints zozote, all the way from where? From Mountain View towards actually all the way from 87 mukielekea past ABC Place into Westlands, yinyi mko sawa, mna stress yote.
Looking at Jogoo Road, just that small section that we keep on talking about around Makadara area, that is where we are seeing little traffic. I see Outer Ring Road is quite okay. Kankundo Road, by this you approach the junction between Outer Ring Road and Kankundo Road, that is where we are seeing a little snarl up. All the way to Thika Road, I'm seeing the area of Pangani, Kwanzia Madare, that is the area we are witnessing little snarl up. Kariako roundabout also, little snarl up, but the rest of the roads I see a total green. By the things, I don't know, Friday ama watu bado analala. Yes. Tukienda Mombasa pia, things are quite okay. I see all the roads are quite okay for now.
All right, so anything on the roads you think we should know, you know where to find us. That is our Radio Gen KE, and of course you can also let us know on our WhatsApp line. Kama ujajoin your WhatsApp group, by the iko shida.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, so it is 29 minutes to the top of the hour. We want to get into the newspaper review right now. Patricia, Wayua, utanipatia gazeti gani hapo?
Have this.
Sasa. Let us start with what is happening on the Star newspaper. The front page says IEBC under fire over costly 7 billion shillings technology swap. That story is on pages 4 to 5. IEBC under fire over costly 7 billion shillings technology swap. We were just over the last couple of weeks we've been talking about the way your software IEBC for elections, it can only be used once.
Yeah.
It cannot be used for every election. So ile ilitumika in 2022 haitatumika 2027. So we'll need a new software in 2027, which we found out costs billions. Let me ask you, did I don't know who we were hosting here, and he said that we are waiting. We are waiting for some used ones from
Other countries, yes.
From other countries, so that we can procure. Then now I want to ask, maybe after we have used, can we also give or sell this to other countries?
Yes, we donated our.
Actually, we donated, but
yes,
we buy.
Yes, we buy. Tulipatia country gani? I'm forgetting the country we gave. But yeah, we tulipeana.
But I'm asking, as we buy,
yes,
and we are not buying something new. Of course, we are buying something that has been used. Why is it that we are just donating?
Sitakujibu hiyo swali vizuri venye ungependa, lakini ni kama tu ukinunua nguo mtumba, hiyo nguo umenunua mtumba, unajua inakuanga imedonate huko majuu. I don't know if you're aware.
We are, I'm aware.
Hizo nguo zinapelekwa kwa makanisa.
Zilivaliwa.
Zikuvaliwa zimevaliwa, hiyo tunajua.
Yes.
But they're usually donated to churches and NGOs. But they end up in toy market, Gikomba.
Zingine zinatupwa hata.
And you buy. So ile nguo unakwanga umebuy Gikomba, kuna mzungu alipeana huko America as a donation to a poor country, ikuje ivalisha watu wenye hawana nguo. Wenye hawana nguo. Sawa? Now you know. So to answer that IEBC situation,
okay,
that is what happens. So we buy a software that has been used, but we donate it.
Hata sisi saizi
but ni donated in,
it should be in quotes, actually.
Quotes.
Yes, donation in quotes.
There's nothing that is for free. There's nothing like a free lunch.
How do you just wake up and you're saying that you are donating a whole system to a whole country?
There's nothing
just for free like that.
There's nothing like a
if it is a country that is under civil war, is a country that there's a lot of conflict inside there, you can. But now kama ni country tu yenye iko tu sawa,
acha nikwambie kama baba, there's nothing like a free lunch. Kango kijua hivyo. Someday
you pay.
Not someday.
Or you have paid.
By the time inakufikia ushalipa. All right. Harambee Stars their football dynasty at Kasarani Stadium. Did you see our performance yesterday?
Yeah. Quite okay.
Ndio. Tulifanya muujiza. Si muujiza lakini actually we did muujiza because karibu tuone vumbi.
Karibu tu.
Kama si ile penalty. President Ruto said for every win they get $1 million bob each.
But yesterday they did
for
not.
every draw they get $500,000 each.
Yes.
So far our players have got 1.5 million.
Kwanza tujachukua tax.
Forget the tax. The point is hata wewe ukilipwa hapa 1 million, serikali inachukua tax yake. Lakini mwisho wa mwezi tunasema Patricia nalipwa 1 million. No, tunasema patisha analipwa 1 million. So by the time upatia serikali I don't know, nowadays it's like 35%. Unabaki na 650, but in the eyes of the government you earn 1 million. Haya. So commission says current stock of Kim's kits procured for 2017 polls are obsolete. Sawa.
Ndio hizo sasa.
Jilted lover after my job, policeman tells court. A police officer on Thursday made a passionate plea to a magistrate to save his job, telling the court that a jilted lover was after his life and wanted him sacked. Fred Mwela was due to be charged with threatening to kill Grace Wanjiko at Githogoro in Westlands in Nairobi. Anasema ya kwamba huyu mwanamke anataka kuchukua kazi yake. Na ndio maana alikuwa anataka kufanya nini? Kumaliza. Salima Njoki tends to change makers unseen wounds. In a world that demands unbreakable heroes, Salima Njoki is on a mission to remind Kenya's change makers that the most powerful resistance begins within, and that sometimes healing is the revolution. That story is on page 10. So that is what is on the front page of the Star.
A front page of the Daily Nation. Governors reject e-citizen system for county funds. Treasury says the reforms will curb wastage and improve revenue collection. Yeah, this is what it says. Even before the dust settles on the storm over the e-citizen system, which auditors say is losing billions of shillings and its ownership is questionable, the government plans to roll out a similar one-stop shop payment platform for counties. This has kicked up a fresh controversy, with some governors rejecting the proposal as another assault on devolution and a plot by tenderpreneurs to bag a lucrative deal.
Yeah.
Sema most of the time governors wakiulizwa wamekuwa wanaingia kwa people want to kill devolution. This is an assault to devolution and so forth. But now the same story we've been talking about is citizen, whereby Kenyans feel that their money, the revenue that is collected there's no transparency, yeah, and they do not trust the system. Now the government is pushing to have now the counties use e-citizen. They just have that one-stop shop for all the transactions, revenue collections concerning the counties.
So that other company tumesikia inaitwa nini? Yeye endelee kupata pesa Ai, si ni sawa sasa.
Na magavana wamekataa. Wengine wao, I mean not all of them, but wengine wao wamekataa.
Mimi sijui point hapa ni gani. As much as tunakatama tunakubali, I think we need to just have that system checked so that as we include the counties,
you know,
we can just, cause if already the counties are not there, if the counties are not there and we are losing so many billions, or rather we have already lost all those billions. Sembusa zikiingia, tuliona convenience fee peke yake inakuanga 12.6 annually.
Is it 50 shillings per transaction?
Yes. It depends on the transaction. I don't know if the others that have more or less, but me, the only time I use e-citizen is when I'm applying for my license. Hiyo najina huanga 50 bob for the convenience fee. So I don't know about other services. They could be more, they could be less, I don't know. But let's even assume it's 50 shillings across board. The point here is, as it is so far, 12 billion annually in convenience fees alone.
Inaenda to these private hands.
Yes. Sembu sasa tukiingiza 47 counties hapo.
Watakula vizuri.
And you know, counties have got monies they collect on a daily. Then of course we have the permits that they collect sometimes monthly. Then we have the annual permits. Wewe niambie 12 billion si tutasikia 100 billion imeenda kwa mfuko ya mtu. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't be rich. But you cannot be like uwezi kula tu. No, it's not okay.
But you know, I've always been having a question on their ownership. You see, the ownership of these companies that are hosting this e-system, that this e-system belongs to, is where I have a problem, because that is where now the problem started. The issue of convenience fee, it is started there, because of course nobody is going to give you a system you use for free. They will charge. So my question huwa najiuliza, kwani gava yenyewe iwezi kuwa na system ambayo inakuwa owned by the government?
Unajua tulembwa, it's only out of a country that has got 50 million people 10 million
are the only ones who are contributing to KRA. Sindio? And we know it's not an honest contribution, because kisi kile mtu analipanga tax venye inafaa. Kuna wenye wanakuanga na hizo ma tax evasion and so on and so forth. Sindio? So me, I have a problem with someone making billions, like even that 12 billion. I don't know if it's going to the pocket of one person or what, but the point here is we are paying a single company 12 billion annually. Yet out of 50 million, 40 million who are not paying taxes or they're not in business, 50 million people are living in poverty.
Yes.
If we're being honest, yet there's one single person who's just making billions from our because I'll say it's from our suffering.
Yeah.
Because this is my convenience fees. Sioni haja convenience fee.
That's why I've been telling you I have a problem with the initiation of this system from the start. That is where now we failed.
Kwa hivyo kama tunatengeneza kama kuna mali nasikia uchungu ni hapo. Mimi niko sawa na watu wakitengeneza pesa. Even me, I would be happy to make 12 billion annually. But I think I would have a problem making 12 billion, and yet when I'm driving home, I pass through a place like Kibra, where I'm just seeing people don't even have toilets. I pass places like Mathare, where we're hearing people are being raped every day because they do not have electricity or insecurity and so on and so forth. Where places like Maimahi, tunasikia child sex trafficking. You know, I do not see how you can just make 12 billion in 12 months, yet there's someone for those 12 months has literally struggled to eat. Yani hata yeye anamaliza mwaka moja na shanga wase on his birthday, which he or she will not celebrate, but anaanza nimefikaje hapa wase. And if they're being honest with themselves, they have had nothing to eat. Their families have been broken. Aliachwa na bibi ama ameachwa na bwana, watoto wake wamekufa ama bwana yake amekufa, bibi yake amekufa, and yet kuna mtu tu amekaa hivi on his birthday is like, guys, I've just clocked another 12 billion. Hapo kuna shida wase. Yeah.
Inside Ruto Raila Road to 2027 pre-poll coalition pact. A plan by President William Ruto and Mr. Raila Odinga's parties to convene joint parliamentary group meetings and track implementation of their cooperation agreement is being viewed as laying the ground for a 2027 pre-election coalition. Ulisema wewe unataka baba apumzike.
I mean, but that's a personal opinion. In this country, personal opinions can get you pelted with tomatoes. No, look, what I'm trying to say is, sisemi apumzike pase, like sasa ende tu bondo atulie hapana. What I feel is, I don't think he should be running for president. I hope he will not run for president. That's what I mean. I feel like Baba is more productive, number one, as a kingmaker. Baba is more productive checking the system, like kukua macho, you know, being our watchman. Zileza, this is not right. Like, let's take an example of the comments he's been making lately. Yeah, we saw Murkomen the other day when he said shoot to kill. Baba came out and said, look bruh, that's wrong. And Murkomen went and apologized. Of course, the public also were on his case, but Baba alikuja and his voice carries weight. Another situation that he has ameingilia ni story ya extrajudicial killings, and he's also spoken up on maandamano. Remember, Sabasaba alisema, guys, if you really want to do a proper maandamano, let's go to Kamukunji. So he's providing alternative ways of doing things.
Yeah?
Yes, of doing things. And I think Kasmuel here said that right now it's like the peace we're experiencing is anchored literally on Baba's shoulders, and I tend to agree with him to some extent, not 100%, but to some extent. And so we cannot take away the influence of Baba as far as Kenya national politics is concerned. So in that regard, I think that Baba is still very, very much needed and very much relevant. You understand?
Okay,
that's what I meant.
There's another story here about teachers. Teachers warn state of a medical scheme. The Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, that is COPET, has vowed its members will go on strike if healthcare plan run by Minet is withdrawn and they are transferred to the public service scheme operated by the Social Health Authority. Asikia. Tayari watu wameanza kukataa hii mambo ya kusema kwamba unataka kutupeleka kwa SHA. Wamekataa sema kwamba tutaenda mgomo. Yesterday I liked what the deputy sec, Secgen,
Dr. Miskela,
what he said that for teachers, you know, when they go on strike, they only have one agenda. Okay, they only go on strike just for one purpose, for one person. Like they are striking against one person. Unlike them, they strike against different agencies, different bodies of the government, because of their nature of work, and he said that's the reason why most of the time teachers, when they say they are going on strike, they do succeed in their bid, whatever they are pushing for. Most of the time they have succeeded. Like we have seen for the salary increment has always worked for them. Although unajua gava yetu pia lazima mnasukuma. Every now and then we are on the road, every now and then we are outside classrooms, we are not teaching, so that now the government can listen. And I do not understand why our country, our government only most of the time looks like it listens to strikes. It understands. It will understand you better when you are on the streets. When you go ukikwamia kazi, hapo watakusikiza. I do not understand why.
Because of public pressure. And you remember yesterday I asked Daktari, do you really have to let people die during strikes? And he was like, but MBUVI, that's the only language government will understand. Now I want to understand both these people, the government and the doctors, when they go on strike. But have you asked yourself that person who you have let die, the family of that person?
Yeah, because you know death
because
is
now me
irreversible.
I have to be on the side of the population of the people, because I am part of that people. I hope I'll never get sick and find doctors on strike, because you have literally doomed me to my fate. Yeah. And what if I'm not ready to die? Wanna get? Yeah. Okay, no one is ever ready to die, but I'm just saying, me, I'm young. I still have a young family. I'm taking care of my children. I want to see them grow into adulthood. I want to see them get married. I want to see my grandchildren.
Actually, is anyone ever ready to die?
Utapata kuna watu wengine kama wazee, your grandparents, when they can smell death.
They can smell it, but it's not that they want to.
Of course they don't want to, but they know it's inevitable. They smell death and they'll start putting things in order. They'll tell you, by the way, unajua kuna shamba inakwanga mahali fulani, title deed ndio hii. Unajua by the way, kuna this situation, nataka by the way nikifa nizikwe pale. Kuna wazazi wanakuanga hivyo, unaget. So to some extent there are some who they might not be ready, but they are prepared for death. Now, getting back to doctors and nurses strikes and all these strikes that we're experiencing, mimi nimesema tu, I am on the side of the people, and the people here are the citizens. The people have done their part. People have paid their taxes. So the government and the doctors are the ones who need to sort this out, right? So sisi kama wa Kenya, I think we need to find a formula, and I would like to engage private hospitals in this conversation. Is it possible that when there is a doctors or nurses strike, we have private hospitals open their doors? Yes, because I'm sure they have an association. Open their doors and provide services at very, do I call it low or cheap prices? You know why I'm saying this? So that if I was going to Kenyatta Hospital to get treated for whatever ailment, and probably at Kenyatta it was going to cost me 5k, can I get the same service at Aga Khan at the same 5k during the period of the strike? Yes.
Well, most of the time you need to realize that these doctors that are in these private hospitals and clinics, they are the same doctors that you're going to find in the public hospitals.
That one is
so
true.
Most of the time, if the public hospital are going on strike, you realize I'm part of that. So utapata some other time, and actually there's a time at our private hospitals were also told to close shop.
Well, I can't recall that, but what I'm trying to say is, now I'm asking them, because a private hospital, daktari wa Kenyatta mwenye ananga pia Nairobi hospital kwa mfano, unaweza pata Kenyatta atenda huko asubuhi, alafu Nairobi Hospital and huko mchana, na prices zake za Kenyatta na za Nairobi Hospital ni tofauti, obviously.
Of course.
So you could be charging 50k when you go to Nairobi Hospital, but 5k when you go to Kenyatta.
Yes.
So what I'm asking is it possible? And this is just me thinking out of the box. I don't know if it's possible. It is. If it's not, then it's not. But I'm just asking, is it possible for private institutions, the Aga Khans and the Nairobis and the avenues of today, and the MP Shahs, but then it's a new MP Shah, and the MP wasikizana waseme, okay, guys, you see Gava is on strike, or government institutions are on strike. Let's open our doors. And especially for critical care. They might not have to treat everything else, but for critical care. Yani ile mtu ameletwa hali mahututi. Huyu mtu ametoka Kenyatta kwa sababu Kenyatta hasaidiki. Na asipotibiwa huyu tunamwaga kwa heri. Wakubali tu aletwe atibue na ile system angetibua nayo Kenyatta. Mimi ninauliza tu, ikiwezekana mfanye. Kama iwezekani mniambie MBUVI iwezekani, na tuseme then liwe liwalo.
Well, remember those are people also who are in business. Kama nilinunua dawa zangu expensive, you're not going to make me treat you at a lesser cost. It is your request, I understand, but you also need to understand these are people who are in business.
Yeah.
You get?
And I
so,
get it's
and
true.
Again, why should we get to those levels? Why is it that as a country we cannot prioritize those things that matter to humanity?
That is a question for the government.
Yeah, that is why I'm saying, why should the government always wait for people to go to the streets? Yeah.
So the question for the government is, niyo na iko sawa. Mimi sasa we have to engage every other side. Gava, private, citizens, daktari, nurses, teachers. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone has got to be engaged, and we have to seek solution. Me, I always say, in any situation, even when I'm having arguments in the house, I don't have arguments just to piss you off. Me, I usually insist on an argument that will lead to a solution. Let's present a case. You argue, tell me, oh, you did this, and then I tell you, okay, I either agree to it and I tell you why I did it, or I say I'm sorry. The reason I did it was just because I had lost my mind, but I'm sorry. I'm always for we argue to find solutions. So me, my solution is, can we see how we can help during times of strike, so that we can still have the doctors agitate for their rights, but we have people not dying. If we look at the people that have been dying during strikes, surely right now someone could be taking care of their family, but they died because they couldn't get medicine during a strike. Do you think that is fair?
It's not fair. It's not fair, of course. Then let me just call that sacrifice. Every party has to sacrifice.
If you look at the Business Daily newspaper, hapa mbele wanasema Da Tycoon faces scrutiny over Portland cement deal. Amson's owner bids for EAPC after Bamburi buyout. Billionaires fight for cement industry control looms. Dr. Barclay Onyambo. All right. Dr. Barclay Onyambo hapa anasema nini? To sit across from Dr. Barclay Onyambo, the chairman of the board of management at Nairobi Hospital, is to witness a mind that moves with quite precision. An obstetrician gynecologist with over 2 decades of experience, he speaks in crisp, carefully measured thoughts, like a man used to navigate both delicate surgeries and delicate boardrooms. Hii story imeandikwa na Jackson Biko. We sat here with Dr. Timothy Oluweni. And Dr. Timothy alikuwa anaongea in such a way. He was being very careful with his words. But they were also curated. Yeah. And to some extent they were choreographed. You could tell this person was ready for that interview. Because even when we start asking him about SHA, alikuwa anatupatia jibu zingine. Unajua tu hiyo jibu mali imetoka. Ni kama kuna SMS ameandikiwa. But yeah, at the end of the day, doctors, and especially those who are in boardrooms, those who are in leadership positions, they also have a lot of work to do. And this is beyond their medical training as well. So big shout out to Dr. Barclay Onyambo. Yeah. Hapa kuna state eyes about 20 billion stakes in manufacturers. We said that this country needs to get back to proper manufacturing. So the government is looking to make up to 20 billion worth of equity investments in viable ventures in the manufacturing sector in a bid to boost the industry's contribution to economic output.
Stanbic Bank doubles dividend as net profit dips 9%, and CBK sets 20 million threshold for micro lenders. Haya, umeshikilia gazeti gani hiyo tukimalizia?
Gazeti linachekesha kweli. Gazeti la The Standard. Still talking about the e-citizen billions trail, and this is how it is accounting for this story, that 9.4 billion shillings was moved from the e-citizen in an intricate manner and involving a shadowy web. A damning audit report has exposed how the company may have been siphoned off through illegal payments, unaccounted for convenience fees, and questionable withdrawals. The revelations, which Parliament is now probing, point to a system plagued with opacity, poor oversight, and possible collusion. As lawmakers call for the platform's termination and a full-scale investigation, the scandal has reignited debate over the dangers of unchecked digitization without transparency. The story being on page 4, 5, and 6. You know, something quite interesting, Mungala, they've broken down these companies that are involved in the e-citizen, system. And there's this company called Lexco 7 Limited. They have put there the directors. Sawa.
Yep.
They've put and some of the directors in these companies. We are talking of Lexco 7 Limited. There's Pesaflow Limited. There's Olive Tree Media Limited, and there is Webmasters Africa Limited. Now, it has been realized that some of the directors, the shareholders that are in some of some of them that are in this Lexco are also in Webmasters Africa Limited. The shareholders, the directors.
Yes.
Yeah. Wako kwa Lexco na bado wako kwa Webmasters. Then kuna wengine wako kwa Pesaflow Limited that are also still in Olive Tree Media Limited. Yeah?
Na hizi makampuni ziko na jina zingine interesting. Webmasters, Olive Tree. Ingine ilikuanga Lexco. Alafu ingine ni gani? Pesaflow.
Yeah. So now, ukiangalia, okay, I'll give you the newspaper. You're just going to look for yourself. And those of you listening, unaweza tafuta by the way gazeti la The Standard, you'll see kuna some photos there. Ambapo kumewekwa question mark, and this kanini looks like I know. Then key irregularities. Let me just point out on this.
Did you say that it looks like someone you know?
No. I forget about that.
Okay.
Key irregularities identified ni kwamba Pesaflow's account not disclosed nor approved by Treasury. Electronic Citizen Solutions Limited paid over 500 million shillings without contract legitimacy or ownership disclosures. Then lack of service level agreement with financial service providers. Hakuna nini pale wamesign. Then convenience fees collected in violation of Gazette notice. Then transfers to undisclosed private entities directly from a government pay bill.
Me, I'm going to leave it at that because I've already said and we have agreed. E-citizen si mbaya. Shida ni nani ambaye ana drive hiyo e-citizen. Hapo tu. If you want, you can look at the Standard newspaper. This one's decided that kaa mbaya. And you will see very interesting graphics over there. Right now, though, we want to take a short break. When we return, we shall be getting into the second hour, where we shall be introducing some guests to have a conversation around important issues in this country. You can find us online, rgk.co.ke. You can also find us, in case you unasikiza radio ya mwenzako, na unashangaa hiyo ni frequency gani, uko kwa nyumba yako lakini ni ba ameweka sauti yake yote, na unashangaa station gani hiyo. We are Radio Generation, and this is the People's Breakfast. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Kenya Civil Aviation Authority has revealed that the AMREF aircraft that crashed in Mwihoko on Thursday lost contact with air traffic control just 3 minutes after taking off from Wilson Airport. KCAA Director General Emil Arao said the aircraft lost both radar and radio communication at 2:17 p.m. moments before it went down. He confirmed that the plane was carrying 4 people, 2 crew members and 2 medical personnel on an emergency medical mission to Hargeisa, Somalia. Authorities say 6 people died in the crash, the 4 who were in the aircraft and 2 others on the ground. Kiambu County Commissioner Henry Wafula confirmed that 6 people were killed during the incident and added that those who were seriously injured had been taken to hospital for treatment.
Yes, 6 dead. Yes, 2 doctors, 2 nurses. Of course, with the pilot, you can see the wreckages. And then, 2 on the ground, you can see on the house. It landed fatally on the house. You can see serious injuries.
So far, we have found 2 bodies. I was here. We tried to remove the stones, tried to recover before the unit responded, the rescue team responded.
A freight train collided with a Kenya Pipeline Company bus carrying staff at the Morendat Junction in Naivasha, Nakuru County, killing at least 8 people on Thursday. Naivasha Police Boss OCPD Anthony Keter confirmed the deaths. The collision, which occurred as the bus attempted to cross the railway, has now claimed the lives of 8 people, with numerous others injured. The Kenya Pipeline Company, whose employees were aboard the bus, reassured the public that all affected individuals are receiving urgent support and medical attention.
Wenye wameumia ni wengi sana. Haswa hiyo basi ilikuwa imebeba watu wengi sana ambao ni wafanyakazi wa pipeline hapa Naivasha, hii kampuni ya mafuta. So wale ambao wamebebwa na ambulance ni wengi sana.
Driver wetu wa Kasarani, mnapofika upande huu ambapo ni kivukio, mkuwe waangalifu sana kwa sababu hii sehemu itatumaliza.
The Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has called for a diplomatic approach in addressing business restrictions imposed on Kenyans by Tanzania and also in dealing with foreigners undertaking business activities in Kenya. Speaking during a meeting with National Assembly Committee on Regional Integration, PCS Mudavadi appealed for patience and dialogue in resolving cross-border issues. He said in case diplomacy doesn't work, he will declare its failure so that Kenya may engage other channels. The committee, led by Chairperson Irene Manyaka, sought responses from Honorable Mudavadi on both regional and continental concerns.
On those issues, we say, I'm writing to the Minister for Foreign Affairs to tell him that there are concerns that are being raised about trade and policies that are going contrary to the Treaty of the East African Community.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he intends to take control of all Gaza but does not want to keep it. The UN warns the move could risk catastrophic consequences and hostage families fear it could endanger their loved ones. But Israeli media say Netanyahu believes it is the only way to destroy Hamas and free hostages following the breakdown of ceasefire talks. Israel launched its war in Gaza following Hamas' 7th October 2023 attack, in which it killed about 1,200 people and took 251 back to Gaza as hostages. 10-man Kenya showed immense grit and resilience to hold Angola to a 1-1 draw in a dramatic Group A clash at the CHAN 2024 in Nairobi on Thursday night. Playing in front of a lively home crowd at the Moi International Sports Center, the Harambee Stars were forced to play with a man down for over 70 minutes after Marvin Nabwire was sent off in the 21st minute. The draw sees Kenya go top of Group A with 4 points from 2 matches ahead of Morocco and DR Congo, who both have 3. Angola's draw leaves them with 1 point and needing a win in the final game against DR Congo to have any hopes of progressing. Here's coach Benny McCarthy.
For next, now we turn our attention to our next match and hopefully we cut out all the mistakes, because the mistakes is what's costing us. We cause ourselves a lot of pain because, I know it's players to still get nervous now. I understand the occasion is big, but I think it's players now, you have to take control and you can't still be nervous. And our team, again, first half we looked extremely nervous. Second half everyone calms down and then you play accordingly. But football, you can't play 45 minutes and then the other 45 minutes you don't play, because that's why the levels are completely different, you know.
And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. And yes, you've just had the news there with with Winnie Maganga. One thing that I'm proud of as far as our Kenyan team is concerned, Patricia, is the fact that we lost a player at 21 minutes. That is Omondi, I guess it was. After that, tukacheza vizuri sana.
But we still,
Yeah. So Odhiambo scored a goal at the 12th minute. Yeah, and then Omondi got a red card at the 21st minute. So for over 70 minutes tulicheza kama viwete, lakini tulicheza vyema sana.
that means pengine tungekuwa tuko wote.
Perhaps we would have.
We would have. Kwa tumefanya maajabu.
Yeah, but let's not forget that the first goal was a penalty. The only goal actually we scored was a penalty. So I don't know, but we have a guest in studio. I hope she likes football because I have a question for her. The conversation this particular hour is around youth politics and governance. And of course, this is Radio Generation. You can catch us on 88.8 in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. And of course, you can also catch us on, that is 92.6 in Lamu, Garissa, and 89.5. But we are internationally recognized on rdk.co.ke. Right now, though, allow me to introduce our first guest. Our second guest is also on her way. She's actually in the building. Anajitayarisha, anafanya mawili matatu kabla ingie kwenye studio. But with us we have Wanjiku Thiga. She is the National Youth Caucus chairperson at the DCP party. Wanjiku, a very good morning to you.
Morning.
Yeah, how does it feel to be in DCP? Kukua based ya Rigiji. Unaona venye nimerhyme DCP Rigiji.
Yeah. It's an immense honor.
Yeah.
We are in the front line leading the social change that
right.
young that especially Kenyans are looking forward to and
right.
are really craving.
Yes.
It's also quite overwhelming.
Why
because
so?
The expectations are really a lot. So we are hoping that we are going to be able to match the expectations Kenyans have.
How did you get to join DCP? Was it like an application process, or did you ring up Rigiji? You're like, hey, Manzejo, Your Excellency, and I need to talk to you. I need to be in the DCP party.
Yeah.
How did you get there?
So Mungala, it's quite a journey because we are within the youth leadership space for quite some time, maybe 10 years now, because I started leadership in campus.
Okay.
Yeah. So
which campus is this?
The University of Nairobi.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I started politics there. I ran for office in campus. The elective roles in school. Then Badani Kaoga. Then and then I ran for Mendeleo Nawake.
Nice.
And representing Kilimani Ward, and I got a 5-year term. So from there I nurtured my leadership, networked. By the time the DCP party is coming up, we were headhunted, and we went for I will say
also
interviews.
They headhunted.
Yeah, and went for interviews.
Really?
Yeah, it's a whole process.
Venye Kalonzo alisema mnaweza muitaje interview, lakini kuna leaders wamejihumble wanaenda interview.
Tunaenda interview.
Okay.
You give your dream. How would you work towards integrating young people within the party? How will you strengthen the party? How will you steer the youth leadership team?
Okay.
And then because I've gone through international capacity strengthening strengthening in terms of youth leadership, I managed to sail through. Yeah, and I was given the role.
I'm interested to understand how is the reception on the ground by the young people, and especially right now when we are seeing the young people are really not into the usual political outfits that we are used to, and to the usual politicians that we are used to. Yes.
So
sorry.
I will say that nilikuwa nimechukuliwa 3 weeks kwanza, so nilikuwa nimedisappear kidogo, and I had not managed to jumpstart youth league activities, and I'm just back and I've done my first meeting, and the reception was quite overwhelming, and I know young people, most of them, they say they are they are partyless,
Tribeless,
yes, leaderless, but I've done some quite heavy work in explaining to young people why it's important to belong to a political party. We are seeing quite good, really, actually young people really want to join DCP because slogan yetu ni kusikiza Kenya, and really I'm practicing that, listening to young people. Even our youth manifesto actually is going to be developed through a participatory framework.
I'm actually very interested in finding out something about your party leader, that is Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. Is he what we see on TV? Because you see on TV he's very outspoken, he's very bubbly, even when he's dealing with Pastor Dorcas, wanakuanga, you know, this power couple, but utuambie ukweli, uko nyuma anakuangaje? Is he like tough, anamwambianga sasa sikizeni, nataka mkiendo kwa Radio Generation mfanye hivi na hivi, ama anakuanga zile za go there, just do your thing?
Mungala, truthfully, he is a truthful man. What you see on screen is what he is behind cameras. I will say when behind cameras, especially with the Youth League, he's much more accommodating, listens, and he truly is offering mentorship to young leaders. He's looking forward to, honestly, giving a platform to young people who are really looking forward to serve not only the political party but also fellow Kenyans, you know, through the elective seats that we're coming forward to. But he's also very strict when it comes to results. You must be driven, you must be a hardworking person, because lazima job ifanywe at the end of the day. So mtakosana tu usipofanya part yako, lakini akikuwa sign task, please be sure to deliver. And then also the young people that were in the party, we have to also, you know, give our footing and show truly we are not about the hype. We are also bringing much more to the table.
Is it tougher than President Ruto? Because unakumbuka kuna wakati President Ruto hata nasikia alifungia cabinet secretaries huko nje ya State House. Aliwaambia kwenda hapa by 9, people got there at 9:01. Waliambiwa my friend. Vile umekuja tu kanyaga kubwa. Is he also that strict? Because umesema he's very strict.
Not really. No, I haven't seen such a scenario.
He's a bit easy.
And then especially working with young people, and so na checking mpaka zile shenga natumianga kufinish kumalo sisi tunakwanga hapo bana mzai, you must learn these things.
All right, good stuff. Our second our other guest actually, let me not put it second or first, but our other guest is also in studio. Lena Mati. She's a lawyer and public administration advocate. Lena, a very good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Yeah, you're well?
I'm well.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I want to fix your microphone for a minute, but usijali, I'll fix it in a minute. But here we here to talk about youth politics and governance. And let me just start with you. Sorry, let me start with you, Wanjiko. When we say youth governance and youth leadership, and there's actually something you've said here about the youth insisting that they are partyless, leaderless, fearless, tribeless, and all those lesses. What is your perspective? Because you said they have got to belong somewhere. At the end of the day, yes. This somewhere. Are we saying that it is in political parties, or they can still be partyless? But they can still have a leader. They can still recognize their tribes, because it doesn't necessarily mean that if you recognize yourself as a Kikuyu, that now your allegiance is with Murima. You can be Kikuyu, but your allegiance is to Kenyans. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
That's such a pertinent question, especially with the Kenyan youth today. I've worked so hard in raising political consciousness of young people, and it's exciting to see them getting here today. Being partyless for me has been quite dangerous, but let me address the tribeless part first. Being, I say this, identity is not tribalism. knowing who you are, where you're coming from, your culture, your heritage, your story is the most important part, because then that solidifies you, who you are, and understanding even your personality. Like for myself, I'm called Wanjiko.
Yeah.
When I go to my roots and I know Wanjiko used to be a very hardworking and no-nonsense woman. I am truly that, and it gives me a bearing to my identity. Because my first name is Sarah, so I ask myself, who's Sarah really? I don't know. When I do research, I don't know. But you see, when I go back to my tribe, they help me understand who I was, what is my clan. It helps me get my identity. So I tell young people, identity is not tribalism. Fully, we must own who we are. And I encourage young people to read the book Decolonize Your Mind by Ngugi wa Thiong'o. It gives you a way of not seeing yourself from a white supremacy kind of lens. Being partyless, again, is the issue, especially why right now Kenya is plagued by wrong leaders. Let me say wrong leaders. We have corrupt leaders, we have dealers who are in form of leaders, and
dealers in terms of,
they're there to do business.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not here to support, you know.
So wako pale biashara,
wako biz. You will never see them even in parliament speaking, and you know the floor of parliament is where resources are being shared. You have to speak about your constituency or your constituents. What do they need? Push the majority leader to ensure that, you know, you maybe, like for us, we have issues of roads, bana pesa yote imeenda constituency moja and other constituencies are being left out. So for me, young people want to now have, you know, transformative leaders in 2027, and above all, leaders that resonate with them. Leaders who are also quite young, because 70% of leaders are Kenyans. So if we are partyless, then that means that as young Kenyans, we won't be able to take part in nominations that happen on March, on the election year. Because on nominations, party registration lists are what are used.
Yes.
So if young people are partyless, then we're not able to fully and meaningfully take part in the electoral process. There are very, very many young people who are intending to run for office,
yes,
and they're running for office through parties. So if you're not a party member, then you won't be able to support a fellow young person who's running for office. You know, you've vetted, you've seen truly this is a merited young person who can offer the leadership we need. So if we don't join a political party, then we don't participate in the nomination process. And I can tell you, because I ran for office in 2022, hapo ndio game chafu ndo ina happen. Vijana wanaoshwa tickets, you know, older politicians are able to organize, wanaleta wase wao wavutie. So even if as young people we do not organize, again we are going to fall in the same trap that has always happened. So unapata madealers, wezi, corrupt people wanapenya process pale March. Ikifika August sana sana watu wanakujanga ku seal deal. So you just come here to vote for people who went through, who sailed through the nomination process. And it's so hard to run as an independent candidate. And I tell young leaders, please don't take that route, because you'll be fighting not against people, but against a party. And parties are strong because they have all the infrastructures. They have, you know, Loria campaign bana wako nayo, party merchandise wako nazo, you know, even political support, you know, sometimes financial support. You can get access through the political party. But if you're standalone candidates, it gets so hard, because now people, ni wewe sasa unajiuza. Unapata mse wako na chama ingine ameingia, wanakuja na all campaign big wigs, they're supporting them, they wanamsupport ku campaign bana uko solo. So I tell young people, take advantage of political parties. It is also where you can be able to exercise your political voice, truly. Yeah.
You know, you've pointed out on a few things there about the young people in these political parties. But I want to understand, do you think the revolution that we are seeing right now about the young people, the awakening that we have witnessed for the couple of years, let me just say years, kwanzia 2024, 2025, do you think it's going to change the way at party levels how leaders operate? Like, we have young people there, are they just symbolic? Will they be given that opportunity also to influence the decision making, opinions in the parties, and even at national level?
Yes, truly that has been a concern every electoral year, you know. And let me speak around DCP and what DCP is doing to break what has been happening throughout. We have a governing body in a political party called the NEC, the National Executive Committee, and I can tell you in our political party we have 7 young people. 7. That means under 35. And then we have below 40, because also we have late bloomers who are actually, So any decision that happens in DCP has a youth lens, because we sit on that table. We're able to negotiate. History, ukiona it a cut off young people, so you tell the party leader, no, I think this will disenfranchise young people who you are, as you've said from the onset, DCP is a youth-led party. So then it stops to being youth-led. So at the end of the day, because also we have the political goodwill of our party leader, he ensures that he is very accommodative. And he keeps saying, all young people in Kenya need is to be listened to. Listen to them. This is what they're telling you. Listen and implement. Otherwise, amtakuwa na shida na vijana. And it's so important for young people to be listened and heard, and then we implement, because again 70% of the country is young people. So if you don't truly listen and implement as they recommend, then we are really falling backwards and backtracking. And because 2022, the campaign was heavily on the backs of young people, and that's why it's truly a heartbreaking moment for people, because the betrayal was so big.
Lena, welcome to the conversation.
Thank you.
Your microphone is now good.
All right.
The question I'd probably ask is the same one that I asked your colleague here. The youth are running away from all these tribalistic manenos, and we are seeing majority of the political parties, as much as they don't say it outrightly, we know that they come from a particular backyard. You can tell by just looking at Wayua, the backyard that is supporting it. ODM, no question about it. Even DCP, tunaweza angalia, yes, of course the setup is of a national outlook, but even the sentiments that the party leader exudes, we know where it's coming from. And of course jamaa wa DCP hapa atatuambia naona akiniangalia vibaya sana anataka kunimeza na macho yake. But Lena, what I'm trying to ask is, do you think the parties represent what the youth are looking for, or should they go out there and form their own parties, as expensive as it might be?
Thank you. I love that question. To just be straightforward with you, they don't. Personally, I'm not in a political party right now. I'm still scouting for a good political party. And I'll begin from the beginning. The reason why the young people say that they were leaderless and partyless was because they felt like the ideals that the political parties stood for, they no longer stand for them. And that they don't really, the parties no longer match with the ideologies of the young people. So they went out there and declared that they were leaderless. And also there was also the aspect of compromise. You see, if we joined a political party, they would just go to the table and negotiate probably with the regime, and then us, the young people, will just be left with nothing, and then we'll go back to the same problems that we've had before. Now, you'll agree with me that this is uncharted territory, especially for the young people. We've not been here before. We don't know what to do per se. But we went out to the streets last year because we felt like we had an obligation as the young people and as citizens of this country to end the ills and the excesses of this government. So we're still discovering ourselves. We're still trying to find what is the best route forward. But I can tell you for a fact that the young people are also hesitant to join the big political parties, like for my sister here, DCP, Wayua, all those big political parties. We're a bit hesitant. And it's because we've not seen any kind of reforms. We don't think that they stand for the goodwill of this nation. We don't believe in them. So actually what I'm seeing is that there's an uprising of other smaller parties that are coming up. I think this week there's a political party that was launched. I think they're just being launched almost on a daily basis. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm happy with that. And for me, I always say that it doesn't have to be a popular, or I don't have to move with the popular narrative. I just want to do the right thing. Yeah. So I think what we now need to do is we need to begin to amplify these other political parties, so that the young people that don't feel that they are being accommodated by the older and the bigger political parties can join these other parties, and then we can grow from there.
Yes. And as you respond to that, and what I asked earlier on, clearly if
today a young person was to join, let's even say Ford Kenya. Tunajua Ford Kenya iko mostly dominated by Western region bigwigs.
Yes.
Wiper tunajua hiyo ni Ukambani bigwigs wako sana sana.
Yeah.
Maendeleo chap no question about it. And so on and so forth. I mean, I can mention all these parties.
Yeah.
So you're asking a young person such maybe as herself to come and vie for a political seat in whichever area she wants to, but the youth here are saying that they are tribeless, but chances are the party that she chooses, the one that is already established, UDA, whatever, they are already aligned to certain tribes. His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua has been called out. Even when he went to the States, a young person stood up and told him, look, uko sawa venye unasema, lakini historia ya Murima kidogo toned down. Because it is clearly coming out that he is advocating for a certain community. So now, how again do we move forward, yet we are trying to get away from that?
Mungala.
Yep.
We have to be open or very alive to the fact that there are a lot of tribal narratives that the state has sponsored just to malign one community. And that's what DCP is undergoing. But I talk about DCP because it's an institution. We have party leader who's Rigathi Gachagua, comes from one community. Our chairperson is David Basena. He comes from the Maasai. Our SG is Ezron Ombaga. He comes from Kisii. We have NEC members in charge of in charge of tourism, culture, education, coming also from the coast. Therefore, DCP truly is not a tribal party. It is a national party. It's just that there's a certain narrative that has been pushed by state to show that DCP is honestly a tribal party or a tribal outfit, but it isn't. And we know with campaigns and everything, politics also becomes regional. So as for us to collect votes, to put them in one basket, one person comes from this region, the other person comes from this region. Therefore, our party leader was from the region of Kikuyu community. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't support all regions in the country. You've seen him walk around. Tumepata makuzo bana. Tuko na mashemeji. We are truly coming together. And I know even our deputy party leader, Cleo, is from Western. So we are doing our best to be as accommodative of all communities as much as possible. And to go back to what Lena said, which are very real sentiments of young people. For me, 2022, when I was running for office, nilioshwa tiko yangu by the ticket yangu. Mimi niliona ticket yangu kienda Facebook. Mimi nimeamka morning, tumefanya, si unakumbuka 2022 tulikuwa tunafanya a lot of consensus. So watu hawendi nominations, we do opinion polls on ground. Si uangalia nani ndo ako highest, nani ndo kura za popular zaidi. Zikafanywa mbili na nikakuwa number 1 zote mbili. Na nilikuwa nimeachana na margin. Kama niko na 55 points, hiyo mwingine alikuwa na 50. So that's quite some margin, isn't it?
Yes.
So mimi najua sasa ni mimi napata ticket, tumeitwa nini. The next minute naamka asubuhi, mimi naona chama imepost wamesalimia ujamaa mwingine mzai fulani. Na amemsalimia, amempatia ticket.
Mzai fulani.
Bana. Nikafunga Facebook kwanza, nikalala kidogo. Yaani niko nini nimeona, nikasema hapana, wacha nifungue tena niangalie. I truly saw that they have given that party ticket to that Mzai. So truly young people have genuine concerns that can we truly trust political parties. Me myself, having gone through that process, I know what it means for young people to say, I don't feel like I trust, these bigger parties and so on and so forth. But today I'm at the leadership helm, and my leadership is not only just leading, but leading through experience, but I lead through empathy. I understand because I've been there, and I address the issues of young people. I tell them I am here to safeguard the place of young people. I've already negotiated for for quotas that young people will access party tickets for. That there's this minimum as a party, His Excellency, we can't go under.
Yeah.
So because young people's their
he
erosion.
has agreed to that.
He has agreed to that.
Let me call it ultimatum.
Yes, because hata yeye pia tuseme pia ana come from a place of experience. Bana alioshwa, nimecampaign, tumeingia, sasa tumeketi mnani impeach.
Someone moves the cheese.
Yeah, so he knows it also knows the pain of being betrayed.
Okay.
So for us, and I tell young people, I know that you might look at a big political party and think no, but you see now political parties have no option but to fold. Young people are the most. The young people are is the block that will determine or the swing vote for 2027. So if young people won't see themselves holding party tickets, then they don't resonate with whoever you're trying to front. So they have political parties have to fold. And I know, especially on the opposition political parties, most of them will also field young people as candidates. You know, the Kina Waipa, the Jubilees, all of them.
Actually, sorry to cut you, but we sat on that same chair with the Secretary General of Democratic National Alliance, that is Dr. Muluka Barak. And Dr. Barak said one thing, and for me, I was like, wow, if this actually happens, it's going to be awesome, it's going to be great. Now, Dr. Muluka said that in his party, the old guard, let me call them that, the OGs are going to step back, but they're going to mentor young individuals who will actually vie for these seats on the ground. Dr. Muluka ye mwenye alisema he doesn't want to vie for any seat. He is a sec gen. So he said he doesn't want to vie for any seat, but he wants someone like yourself, for instance. Unataka kiti gani? Unataka kuwa MP wa Mathare? Njoo. They mentor you, they train you, they do whatever they gotta do to ensure, and they will campaign for you. They will go around the country or around the constituency or ward or whatever it is that you're looking for, and they will campaign for you to actually get that seat. Then they will just be sitting to wait for your call. Ukitaka mawaidha on hapa kuna ngori fulani. Let's do this. What do you think about that strategy?
I think it's good. I think that's a good strategy, but I also think for me I'd have trust issues, before, because especially because as young people we've always been, during the elections we are now treated so well, life is so good for us, we are given all the kind of promises, but when it comes to implementation during the election, as she has said, unaosha vizuri, unaosha na omo.
Imagine akupatie ticket ya DNA, yes, inaitwa Democratic National Alliance. So wewe ndio mgombea kiti wa DNA wa Radio Generation constituency. All right, they rally behind you when you're going for campaigns. Their work is just to support you in your campaigns. If they need to make a statement on to give you to hype you, endorse you, they do that. But this is your thing. You go be the MP. You already have the ticket. Si ati wanakubembeleza ukuje, then on the last day unashtukia ticket yake imepatiwa some random 70-year-old. No. And I think, I don't know, Patricia, you were here during that interview.
Yes.
I think that's noble.
That would be awesome.
I think that would be awesome. Imagine if Waipa did that. Kalonzo aseme, you know what? Me, I don't want to be president because I've already been VP. I've been there, I've been tried, I've been a minister, I've been an MP, and clearly now the young people are saying they don't want us. So you know what? Mitaka kando. Then they just pick someone who wants to, sema Boniface Mwangi. Wambe Boniface Mwangi, you run for president. We, as Waipa party, will support you. Wouldn't that be awesome?
It would be very, very awesome.
Yes.
I would love it to be like that, actually. If the political parties are going to take that route, then I can already see something promising.
Me, I think the party that does that, actually, for me, that's the party I would vote for.
DCP is already doing that. Okay, actually.
but Mheshimiwa Rigathi said he is the best person to be president.
And again,
I'm not saying that he's not. I'm just saying, as I have bats. Yes.
But you see, what will happen, and I foresee, I already understand this will happen. As a coalition of opposition parties, we will front one candidate. But at the moment, every party leader is a political party presidential aspirant, and that's why even as our party leader, he says mata mimi nitakuwa kwa debe. But when the time comes, I'm sure you've seen even with 2022 consensus will happen, so, and we are fronting one, so because also we have to form a very united front tusigawanyishe kura, because for us Ruto must go. Tumesema si one term. So we have to have one presidential candidate who will be going forward, and that will be decided later on. But at the moment, every political party, even Mheshimiwa Martha Karua also.
Yeah.
Said she's also
I feel like and Lena, I want your answer on this one as well. I feel like right now the opposition is all about the one term. They're all like President Ruto must go. Fine, given that is what you guys want, but I don't feel like there's a specific agenda that the opposition are giving us apart from the Ruto must go part. I honestly do not see anything to do with education. I don't see anything to do with youth unemployment or youth empowerment. I do not feel it. I know we are not into campaign season. Actually nasikia judiciary wanataka kusaidia kupeleka bill huko ikwe illegalized, but I honestly do not see like a proper agenda because things have aligned. The manifestos that they had in 2022, those ones right now are null and void.
Yes.
Hizo hata mkijaribu kuzitumia they won't make sense. Hizo ni tissue paper tuzipeleke mali zinafaa kupelekwa. But now in terms of agenda, proper agenda, ama kuna maybe I'm the one who's deaf to these particular agendas. Have you heard any?
You're very right. Actually, I remember my sister telling me to join her team,
yes,
a political party, but I told her, so far I'm not yet convinced because I don't think there's anything that the opposition so far has brought to the table that it is capable of offering. You realize that the DCP and the opposition in general has come into play during a time whereby the Gen Zs came out to the protest and said, we don't want this regime. And so it has moved with that wave and established itself. And the truth is, so far, to be honest, there is nothing that the opposition has put as an agenda. Even the current president knows, and that's why he's challenging them, saying, so you give me the agenda, he's trying to mock them and tell them.
But haezi notes kama nyinyi ndio mmekama up nazo.
Sasa Mungala, know what happened and what I had nilikuwa nimeguzia kitambo kidogo.
Right.
For us, our manifesto is going to be participatory. It is going to come from the ground. And then for
this
me,
is now for DCP.
Yeah, and now let me speak about for Youth League. Mimi yangu nitaenda ground niwaambie. Mimi kama youth, kuna zile mashida najua because every day I'm interacting with young people and these are the issues. Like for example, suicide in my community is so high. Mimi natoka Juja.
Okay.
I have young people commit up to 2 or 3 in a month. So I already know that's an issue, but I don't want to sit down and mimi ni craft manifesto ya young people. For me to be participatory through the youth forums I'll be going, I'm asking young people, what are the issues that you're going through in this community? Because there's some that are contextualized. What are the solutions you think that we should? Because let me tell you, literacy levels in Kenya are so high. Young people, yani bana unaendanga X unapata tu, people are just investigating things, are coming up. If kama ni mtu ameabductiwa, they are triangulating from, yani unashinda why ni watu wamesoma and they're able to locate that person, sijui safe house iko hapa ndio hii, and unaona mpaka watu wanapita na gari waki establish. So young people are really.
Wewe ulikuwa kwa safe house?
Yeah. There's a time I was taken to a safe house.
Yeah, you'll tell us about that later on.
Yeah. So for me, it's going to be youth led, and again, DCP is just 2 months old. Okay. So for us, there's a lot of work that is waiting for us, and one of it is to have that to table a manifesto. For us, it will be citizen led.
There's that statement you've repeated. You saying that DCP is youth led.
Yeah.
And I would like to understand what you mean by that, because when I look at the composition of DCP,
that's you Malala ni youth banako 40.
Malala ni youth.
Yeah.
But that is not youth.
What is youth?
I mean, he's young.
I mean, imagine being a deputy party leader at 40.
He's
young. Yes. Okay. Our SG is 35. The national youth leader.
Okay.
And then the neck is comprised of about 7 young people. So truly, it's if you look at other political parties, look at the composition of their ages, and then look at DCP. Truly, it remains.
There's also another point there. You've also talked of up to date. Yeah. You have not come up with a manifesto maybe for the young people up to date. Don't you think that
wamesema watenda kwa ground?
because when you're saying like the president must go, Ruto must go, and you've always been a critic to you people, what do you have on the table? And it's something that we've discussed about. Now I'm just asking, don't you think it is late for you now to come up and say that you do not have anything already on the table?
It's not late because as a party, we have a document around what is our theory of change, what our ideologies, what we are thinking around, what is the problem of Kenya. But again, due to our launch political party, and that's where we are going to also launch our manifesto and everything. It's not going to be late. We have about 2 years now. So it's not late to show, tukifanya campaign, so we are telling now Kenyans. So these are the issues. So, but as when we get into government, 2027, this is what we are going to do. But first on top of the table is just to implement the constitution fully.
Okay.
Ensure that human rights, you're safeguarding human rights. Social and economic rights for young Kenyans, you're taking care of them. In institutional independence, EACC inabaki na power zake. Judiciary, you say like mimi nilishikwa on terrorism charges. I am not a terrorist, but it has been imposed to judiciary. You have to criminalize this young person. So ensuring that institutions are remain independent. Devolution again. Mnajua pesa kufika kwa county schools ni noma. A lot of people are businessmen who have done with counties hawajalipwa. You see, there's so much delay in salaries. That means also money not getting to counties on time. That means development iko chini. And there's a pesa ikifika siku fulani inafaa kurudi, and there are developments which can't be done in a month.
Wanjiko, wacha nikuulize tu swali because kumekuwa na shida na serikali zote na sisemi maybe yenye itakuwa hivi, lakini what is stopping you from because me I remember the DP at the time, Rigathi Gachagua, when they put the Biblia down, as they said, the first thing they told us is that we uko kwa bank ku empty. So what if, again, let's assume Rigathi Gachagua succeeds in becoming the president in 2027. When he is now the president, he tells us we wacha niwaambie Ruto aliana na kila kitu.
It's true.
What happens then? Then now we go back to these issues of overtaxation, levies and the salary raise because ataanza kutuambia lakini unakumbuka niwaambia yule jamaa alibeba kila kitu.
Which is true. I mean, you've seen at a citizen pesa in a haifiki treasury, isn't it? We are truly seeing this is happening. We are going to have quite the burden in after 2027 when we take over, because the pilferage, the corruption, it's the way this country's resources are being plundered. The public purse is being plundered to extreme horrors. I know even Honorable Njeri posted on her Facebook asking what will happen to the country because corruption inaendelea iko inashtua, by the way, inashtua. And me myself, I ask myself, tutafika 27, where will the country be if pesa inaingia citizen na hata ifiki treasury? And I will say this, it reaches a point, it reaches a time in life that you must stand up, you must do something for the country. For me, wakati nilishikwa, the reason why I didn't give up was because of the love of my country. And all the young people that go to the streets, they love their country. So even the leaders that are in DCP, especially kwanza young people, and then you look at people like kina Senator Medho, kina Karungo, there are people who really truly have seen being on the forefront, supporting the country, doing oversight in a really great way. So I trust the leadership that we have, and I'm actually looking forward. Bado sijamita hata vijana wengi zaidi. I'm looking forward to meeting so many young aspirants who truly love their country and want change. Honestly, people want change, and 2027 is a do or die moment. The government that we are taking over, we truly have to deliver, because Kenya say it's on bedrocks, by the way, ya ukweli. It won't be able to move forward.
Lena, what options do the young people have? We know campaigns are very expensive. Now we've seen former CJ Maraga. Yeye ameamua kwenda the Wanjiku way. Ile anaitisha pesa from the citizens. And so far so good, I can say, for him, and I hope they continue that way, because at least we can see that there are alternative ways of raising funds for campaigns as opposed to being compromised by someone who comes and gives you 1 billion and tells you now, so unajua kisha kwa president, mi lazima unipatie kitu.
Yes.
But what options do we honestly have as young people, the ones specifically who actually want to get into leadership positions like yourself?
Thank you. First, can I respond to something?
Yeah,
that you
sure,
just-
sure,
Okay.
sure.
When the DCP party was being formed, you see, before you form something, you have to have an underlying ideology or the reason why you're forming it. If today you're starting Radio Generation, you need to know that this is what we are starting, and we are starting.
We're the
it for
home of
this.
hard truths and bold insights.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So I've not seen anything that really shows the reason why DCP was being formed. Actually, if anything, I just know that it was formed to take over power and to protect the Kikuyu community and to make Ruto go home.
Okay.
So I barely say that. And you see, Munyala, right?
Mungala. Yes. Or MBUVI.
Okay, MBUVI.
Or Paul. Whichever.
We call him MBUVI. So MBUVI, you see, the ship is as good as the captain. The person that is riding, that is commandeering the ship, is basically in short, the political party is as good as the leader.
Yes.
So the ideologies that the leader has or holds is also the same that are being held by the particular political party. When the former deputy president was in power, we saw a lot of police brutality that happened in 2023 when the opposition actually went out to the streets to protest against saying that this regime is not there legitimately. But did you see anything that was being done by the former deputy president to curb that? In fact, if anything,
he was encouraging the police to do their job.
He was encouraging it.
Their job.
Exactly. How comes now that now he's had a Damascus moment or some kind of epiphany, and now he believes that what the current president is doing is wrong? Sorry.
It's wrong, yeah.
I feel like this is just a ploy to take over power. And once he has taken over power, once the DCP has taken over power, we go back to the same problems that we've...
Default settings.
Exactly. That's what I feel. So for me, I have a problem with opposition political parties, and even all the politicians. The problems that we have right now actually have been caused by politicians. But now they're coming to tell us that now we are the solutions. How does that even happen? It's not, it doesn't look right. So for me, as I've told you, I have a problem with these major political parties that are being led by veteran politicians.
Actually, let me ask you before you answer now the other question,
yes.
which I think I've also forgotten it. But what would you? Let's assume that people are warming up to DCP, or they would like to warm up to DCP. In your opinion, what would you like them to do or say that will make you shift your focus, or rather your mind?
I think that ship has already sailed. That train has already. That ship has already sailed.
Do you think because, if former DCP leader rather Rigathi Gachagua says, okay, mimi nimeondokea hii kitu, you know what, Malala, drive this ship. Kenyans clearly are not feeling this Rigathi vibe. I'm done.
If he leaves the position and he doesn't have hold over the party, because sometimes these people are just behind the scenes.
Jamaa ende Maldives huko. Tumuonange tu huko wakiwa na Pastor Dorcas tu wakienjoy. Wakikunywa zinaitwaje? Coconut. Do you think that would change people's mind?
For me, I believe it would. And if we also now come up with the right ideologies and the manifesto that the party would want to achieve, and the reason why it wants to take power, for me, I think it would make me change my mind, and also making the political party national rather than to a particular community. Because when you tell me that you are my cousin, you tell me you are an outsider. You know, you're not part of the basic family. You are an outsider. So you belong to, as me, I sit in the kitchen. You belong to the sitting room. So I feel if we gave that political party a national kind of outlook, yes, I think
and then
I
he
would
steps
be drawn.
down.
Yes,
for you that they might have a chance.
Yes.
Okay.
I think I would like to respond.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think we usually dismiss opposition youth leaders, yet they have really taken their time to contribute to Kenya. We can't dismiss Honorable Martha Karua. She was part of the team that, the constitution that took Kenya through the constitutional process of 2010. I imagine her still being one of the greatest leaders that we have. We've seen Honorable Rigathi Gachagua being among the people who have tackled drug and substance abuse, especially in our country, and we know where the levels that young people have succumbed to, and its relation to suicide, and unemployment and forever and all that.
Yeah.
His Excellency, Kalonzo Musyoka, he has a robust career in leadership.
Yeah.
And you know, we tend to ignore them and dismiss them, yet with them they carry so much insights, which for me as a young leader leading the youth league at DCP, they truly immensely helped me with a lot of advice and opinions. And like you said, kuna time uko tu mahali unataka immediate advice is to call and say, hey, this is happening, what do I do, how do I move, I'm thinking of doing this, is this okay? And they're able to guide you. Like meeting yenye nilikuwa na vijana, I called people like Honorable Maina Kamanda, I called Mheshimiwa Mwathi, I called them just to offer leadership, some mentorship ideas to young people, because we young people tunadhani tunajua siasa na tujui. Politics is a science. That's why it's studied up to even PhD level. And if we think we can move forward without the older generation, it's such a lie.
Okay.
Intergenerational dialogue has to happen, collaboration has to happen, and we need their insights, we need resources, we need foresight skills, everything. So for me, is to just encourage young people. As much as we are against the older generation, there is so much that we can also reap from them, that they are so much willing to give. But kuna place zingine ni negotiation, kuna place zingine we must force our way in, but there are places where you can also get a lot of insights and mentorship, and wengine watakufungulia mlango mali wezi fungua.
You know, you've talked of the intergenerational collaboration or talk. So you are for that dialogue. Is DCP for the dialogue?
I would say no, and this is why. I spent 3 weeks. I was abducted, re-abducted, arrested.
You spent 3 weeks in captivity?
Yes.
Okay.
If truly this regime wanted to talk, it's truly about dialogue, they will do so many things that they have stopped, that they have said they will stop. The president said on record, he will stop the killings of young people. He will stop abduction. I was abducted. So what are we talking about when you all you do is lie? You know, because young people are honestly tired of young people smell lies from a mile far. So anything that is said by state, young people are able to analyze and know what lies are and there. And you see, and what Lena says, you can see the trust issues young people have truly. Hata unajua dialogue tukienda, hakuna kitu ata implement.
So how are you going to implement these intergenerational collaborations if you cannot have that intergenerational dialogue?
For me, what I'm implementing with the Youth League is that I bring in sort of trusted leadership that haven't been, on record always lying. Unajua unasema utafanya kitu fanya ama you bring on record older leaders who wenye wametengeneza jina and they have a good moral standing with the society and community, so that when we take government in 2027, we've harmonized our energy, we've harmonized how we work together, and the place of young people is clearly defined. And young people have access to jobs, not only elective seats, but also jobs in the county government, because we know pilferage and corruption truly happens there, and that's where we also want to harness the potential of young people as leaders, as organizers, as managers, so that they can be able to take care of also their counties, because shida iko tu national government, iko tu pia kwenye counties. Yeah.
So Mungala, I okay, this is what I'm getting from her, that DCP has no problem with intergenerational dialogue, but depending on who is initiating the dialogue.
Yeah.
What you mean?
What I understand actually from what she has said is the fact that intergenerational collaboration, but within the party. So like, don't dismiss
within their party.
Don't dismiss these old guys wendo waambia kina Rigathi kwenda huko, akina Martha Karunyi shieni, at the end of the day you will need their guidance, because the thing that I've picked up is the fact that she has said that the young people don't know how siasa is done. And I think it also ties to that issue of kuna deep state na kuna mambo mengine mengi labda hatujui, but we'll get to that. We have 2 hours here, I think, right? We do have. Yes, we have. Anyway, we'll talk about that. There is that question I asked you.
Yes.
We said that we should have I was asking the direction the young people will take. I've remembered now. What options do we have? Because at the end of the day, we might be partyless, but we want to lead, right?
Yes.
So tufanyaje sasa?
Thank you. MBUVI, I want to take you back to last year, June, when the young people went out to the streets to protest. There was a very good unity among the young people. I always say that is the time that I felt safest among crowds, We really feel safe when you're in town, but that was the time that I felt safest in town. In fact, we would give each other phones to to take photos, You
give a stranger your phone?
Yes.
Which side of town?
Hii simu yako ni how much?
What are you?
Which side of town?
Who are the young people?
Okay.
If I remember someone just giving me mask, giving me water. You see that kind of unity. That is something that I loved so much before actually the protests were interfered by, hijacked by goons. And I was actually telling someone the other day that one of the things that has stood against the solidarity of young parliamentarians is the political parties. If not for the fact that political parties exist and they have their own interest, right now we would see that the young soldiers, the young captains in parliament truly standing up and saying that, this is the direction that we are going to take. But the political parties have stood against that. Now, when it comes to 2027, young people...
Do you mind if I ask you, like a young person in parliament, you think if they didn't have that interference, they'll probably do a very good job?
I think...
ama nizime microphone uniambie?
Yeah, acha nikwambia hapa nyuma ya tent.
Okay, utaniambia.
So... Of course, as I told you, this is uncharted territory, and one of the things that I've realized among the young people is that most of them really want to buy in 2027. Hey, hata nimechoka kuita watu huko muhesh. Muhesh, hi, kiongozi. So there's that desire for the young people to bring change. But now that is not going to be very easy, especially because we are fighting a system that already exists, and we want something that is new, Change comes with a lot of resistance, and also because... as young people, there is a lot that happens in politics, and one of those things is finances. I think if there's anything that is standing between the young people and leadership, is finances. Now, for me, this would be my advice. In 2027, if we are really keen, or we really want the young people to occupy spaces in both houses, we need to support them. MBUVI, you may not really have... Maybe I'm buying. I come from Mukambani just like you. And probably I'm buying. Probably for you, you may not really have the money, 100,000 to give me.
Yeah.
But you can tell me, I can make for you a video, a shout out, and then I will send it to the people.
I'm
on
a very
my
good
social
voiceover
media.
artist, by the way.
Exactly.
Ndawafanya na bei ya jioni.
That will have reduced my cost of campaign.
Yeah.
Maybe for her, she does photography.
Yeah.
And she's like, Lena, because I really want to have good leaders in this country, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make for you a few posters for free.
Okay.
Another person will come and tell me, let me support you in this campaign in this and this particular way. That is the way that you can be able to get whatever we want in 2027. That's the only way that you can be able to get the majority.
So you're saying that the youth need to support their own?
The youth need to support irrespective of political parties.
Okay.
It doesn't matter the political party that you stand in. Just support the person, support a fellow youth who you feel like this person can be a good leader. We are also not doing this for fun, We're not doing this to tutoke block.
Sasa Lena, ukitoka hapa leo nishtukiwe umeingia Wiper na nilikusupport hivi vyote. Sisemi ati Wiper ni mbaya, but I'm just saying that nipata umeingia political party A.
Yes.
Na uko manze Joe, and maybe I don't align with that political party. I don't like the party leader.
Yes.
And I'm thinking this, this tribal bigot. Sasa Lena yani nilimtengenezea voiceover aende akajoin huko. What happens after that? Because you see, at the end of the day, I think if I am supporting you because you probably don't have an alignment. You do not have a godfather. I am your godfather. Yes, me as your fellow young person, me I'm your godfather. Wewe, because the moment umeingia huko alafu sasa Wiper party leader akwambia okay, sasa unajua hii tuna vote TV in parliament. You see, you have not helped me.
Yes.
Yeah. So I feel this party issue needs to be discussed properly. I don't know.
Actually, I have a question in the next hour that we're going to talk about now. The voting that we are used to of political parties. We just want to do from MCA to president, one political party.
Suit.
Yes.
6 piece.
Yes. And at the end of the day, you realize that it is not helping us. Actually, when they get to parliament, that is where now the problems start.
Exactly.
All right, so we're taking a short break right now. We get into the news with Winnie Maganga. In studio, we have Lena Mati, lawyer and public administration advocate, and then we have former abductee Wanjiku Thiga, who is also the National Youth Caucus chairperson at DCP Party. Conversation is youth politics and governance. Have you given us your voice? Would like to read some of your comments on Radio Gen KE. That's where you'll find us right now, though. Let's take that break.
Radio generation, the sound is.
It's 8 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Nairobi woman representative Esther Passaris is urging the government to compensate survivors of the 1998 U.S. Embassy bombing in Nairobi. The MP says while the world moved on, the survivors are still living with the consequences, many in silence, many in suffering. The call came as the country marked the 27th anniversary of the tragic attack on Thursday. The bombing on August 7th, 1998, killed 218 people, injured over 5,000 and left lasting scars on thousands more.
Honorable Speaker, many survivors are still waiting for justice, recognition and compensation. While the U.S. government took responsibility for its citizens, Kenyan victims were left behind, neglected in both care and recognition. Their ongoing case has not delivered closure or relief. They are now seeking an audience with His Excellency the President and with the relevant arms of government to present their plight directly on issues such as education, healthcare, assisted devices, and long-term economic support. Honorable Speaker.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has warned against illegal acts of trafficking. This comes after child trafficking syndicate operating in Mai Mahiu, Nakuru County, was exposed. The expose, which has triggered national outrage, revealed an underground child trafficking network promoting a strong response from government officials. Murkomen, who was speaking during a Jukwaa la Usalama in Kericho on August 7, 2025, described the crime as serious and unacceptable, vowing to take immediate and concrete steps to curb the menace.
On persons, including adults, including children, with intent committing sexual abuse on them, as some of which was reported recently in BBC documentary. That has been a challenge we have been confronting, and we need to do it even in a larger scale. And we think that the department that is dealing with anti-narcotics can be strengthened and widened to make sure that it deals also with sex trafficking in persons.
The Kenya Forest Service has assured the public that no part of Karura Forest has been lost to land grabbers following recent claims by private developer. Speaking during a patrol in the forest on Thursday, Chief Conservator of Forests Alex Lemarkoko dismissed allegations, affirming that the forest remains intact and under legal protection. Lemarkoko said the Forest Conservation and Management Act 2016 provides stringent legal protections, making it practically impossible to alter the boundaries of protected forest. Lemarkoko also highlighted the importance of community involvement in forest protection.
But because we have a matter in court, I will not talk about the particular issue that was raised so that I don't jeopardize the court process. The entire Karura Forest is fenced, save for the area that is along the natural boundary, which is the river and the river valleys. And the river valleys from the natural boundaries, and we have also, so we have not fenced that area.
Former Chief Justice and presidential hopeful David Maraga has called for the resignation of all public officials involved in irregularities flagged by Auditor General's audit report that exposed billions in unaccounted funds on the e-Citizen platform. In a statement on Thursday, Maraga explained that the public will not relent in calling for accountability among public officers. He demanded that the government make public all the accounts in local and foreign banks that were used to siphon public money, and the holders of these accounts be publicly named and prosecuted. In March 2025, audit report for e-Citizens operations in the financial year ending June 30th, 2024, Auditor General Nancy Gathungu highlighted over 9.6 billion Kenya shillings in questionable transactions. ChatGPT maker OpenAI has unveiled the long-awaited latest version of its artificial intelligence chatbox GPT-5, saying it can provide PhD-level expertise. Billed as smarter, faster, and more useful, OpenAI co-founder and chief executive Sam Altman lauded the company's new model as ushering in new era of ChatGPT. ChatGPT-5's release and claims of its PhD-level abilities in areas such as coding and writing come as tech firms continue to compete to have the most advanced AI chatbox. The company claims it has trained to be more honest and provide users with more accurate responses. And that's your Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, and that's the whole truth and nothing but the truth, because indeed we are the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mungala MBUVI. In studio, Triciah, Wayua, of course. Tunaongea naye Wanjiku Thiga, National Youth Caucus Chairperson, DCP Party. Na tuko naye Lena Mati. She is a lawyer and public administration advocate. And I think the conversation tulikuwa tumeacha tukisema kuna swali ulikuwa umewauliza ukaambia utawauliza tukianza kipindi. Kwa hivyo tafadhali tuanze na hilo swali.
Yes, about this tabia tumekuwa nayo kwa Kenya, voting on political lines, that we want to do a block. Tuanze na MCA, tuseme ni wa ODM. Wanataka pia uweke MP, kila mtu uweke ni mpaka
president.
Kwa president, and how this has really been affecting us in terms of this influencing decision making in most of this actually in the government, and actually sana pale kwa parliament. Unapata mkienda pale chama yenu kutoka mwanzo nyinyi ndio mmeleta kila mtu, so other parties do not have a say, other people do not have a say. So I don't know whether Ama, what is your insight around that?
Thank you, Patricia. One thing is political parties exist to capture power. And once they've captured power, for them to dominate and implement probably what the regime wants to do, it has to have, they always say that they need to have the majority in both houses. That's why even when you see independent candidates win elections, you're always sure that this one is going to bend to either sides of the divide, you know, either the government or the opposition. And I think that's one mistake that we as Kenyans make, choosing people, everyone, you know, ati if it's Luo Nyanza, everyone has to become from ati lazima tupate suti. And I think we need to do away with that, because it makes us vote for people that don't bring up anything. I remember there was a particular woman rep, I will not say her name, but when I look at that woman rep, as people we had no chance, we had no option, because the option that we were given, you are being given between the worst and the worst. So you don't really have another choice. And so because a particular leader has said, vote for this candidate, you just feel like, let me vote for them because I trust this political leader. But I think we need to change that, because if you're going to vote for people based on, you know, what politicians are telling us, then there's nothing that you're going to be able to do in parliament. You're not going to make any difference. And remember, in parliament, we need to have divergent views. The problem that we have as a country is because we all want to gravitate towards one view. You know, if UDA, I need to vote for this. If ODM, I need to vote for this, because if I don't vote for the same, I'm going to be punished by my political party. We need to have divergent views so that you can come and say, I think this is where can we get a compromise? This one is standing here, this one is also standing here, but where can we get a compromise so that we can be able to help the people of this country? Yes.
Wachiko, because you've said if these young people do not go by parties, sometimes they would not be able to get these seats. So what is your view on that?
You see, when you understand how Kenya operates through systems. And politics is done through the political party system. And what I say, and I think also Honorable Njeri also captures this too, and she also quite repeats it. You must get into the system and run it. You can't run a system if you're outside. And that's what young people have to understand. If you want change, you have to occupy and run that system. That's why I say, when we get to power in 2027, one of the things I would want to see implemented, and I was speaking to my party leader about them, is that we have now to absorb young people into government bodies. You see, young people to become civil servants. So then that's how young people will not feel disenfranchised with its own country. Then they are tasked to run its own country. You see, sometimes I feel like we're obsessed about politicians. We only have 3,000 politicians in Kenya, but we have about 1 million civil servants. Those are the people who run the country. Ukiingia Huduma Center, unasaviwa na nani? Civil servant, yes. Ukienda kwa lands ministry, unasaviwa na civil servant. Those are the people who run the country, and those are the people we should be obsessed about, because unazaenda kama sahi tuko na issue ya national IDs. You've seen so many young people are facing a lot of challenges. Like I know in Nabulon, Turkana, I think you saw that video that was really going round. A young girl was being chief alikuwa nakata kumsainia makaratasi apate ID, and this is a young girl who even the chief knows. The mother is a TSC teacher, has been teaching there for 15 years. Like, they are known. But you see, this is a chief who works for this government, but a frustrated young person. If young people, we occupy all these civil servants opportunities, then young people are able to run the country ourselves. And what I would like to say, and what I want to encourage young people, because we can't always kuvuta kutoa kila mtu job ati wale wazee wote waende, because okay, you need institutional memory. Again, you need to be told, kifanya hivi, this is what is done. As we face out and young people occupy the space, let's be the change that we want. We can't be singing ati tunataka change, lakini ukiingia hapo ati ndio uprintie mtu document ama utole mtu passport unaitisha kitu. Ati sasa ni time yako ya kukula. We have to, if we are all dreaming of a moment in Kenya where we are daring the future, then we must be the people who create the future, that the Kenya that we want. I remember in an interview with Tundu Lissu, the opposition leader for Tanzania, he told me, Wanjiko, young people, for where Kenya is, it was young people who fought for Kenya. So even young Kenyans right now, you need to fight for Kenya, and then you need to do the hard work of building Kenya. So for me, 2027, when young people, we are occupying this space, we have to be the people who will do this job. And I think nimesahau swali yako ilikuwa around tribal nini? Yes, the kupiga kura. Yes, suti. Una suti. Again, like Len had said, it's about and what we say, like for example, DCP party, we'll have our own agenda and manifesto, and those are to campaign, tumeambiwa watu hizi ndio vitu tunafanya, alafu tukiingia government, sasa people are like, okay, you said you want to do 1 2 3 4, let's see you implement. The only way we get able to implement is that when you're able to have, power in the National Assembly, county governments, so that you're able to push for the developments that you said you want to do. And for me, that's why again I go back to telling young people, let's occupy political parties, because political parties have the muscle to be able to rally for votes, campaigns, and the realities of politics. Na najua Lena amesema hapa vizuri, tusapotiane, if you're able to do this for me, but no campaign trail 2 years. Uko campaign trail 2 years. This is your vision as a person. By the way, and juu mimi nimesimama, mimi naambianga watu through experience. Usiwahi simama kiti kwa sababu umechochwa na watu. Wewe simama, wewe ni kiongozi, wewe simama. Bro, every day you're the only one who wakes up to that dream. You're the only one who, kwanza as a candidate, you are everything. You're the fundraiser, you're the campaigner. Sometimes even you are the campaign manager, because unapata I remember me like nilikuwa nimehire a campaign manager, but because I'm young, he was a bit older than me, and then he was a man. He felt like, this campaign is mine. So anaenda anafanya vitu kivyake. So ni kama ni advice. Hii campaign ni yangu. So when I fired him, akanipangia vijana wakujua nipige. By the way, nilikuwa mahali na address watu kama 700. I noticed young men wameingia na matox nini
crude weapons.
Yes, and then I felt like feel my energy shifted, but I said julikuwa saa 2 na ilikuwa afternoon, maybe hao ni mavijana wametoka mpoka, si ndio? Wametoka mji. But hao vijana wakakuja wakakaa kwa hiyo mkutano, mimi nikamaliza, my team wakanitoa mbio. So hao vijana wakakuja kuongelesha team yangu, akamwambia, "Gay, unajua tumetuma kupiga nini huyu politician. Sisi tuliambia tukuje tupige politician, atakuwa hapa." Kufika tukapata ni kijana is a fellow young person as us. So as we were like, no, we won't attack a fellow young person. Yeah, because as young people, people think that every time young people, when they're involved in, I know young people are involved with to spew chaos within the electoral, space. But that moment I saw kulikuwa na vijana that could have said, that actually did say no.
They reasoned.
Yeah, when we were in Meru DCP doing a rally, all stops tulikuwa tumekewa young people who are there to beat us up. Tukifika nasema, "Ai, ninyi wase wawanta mtumeambe tupige hapa na si tuwapigi. Sisi ni wawanta, mas we also tunafinyiliwa hata sisi. These are not working. As we support you." So I know there's this perception young people are used to cause violence and chaos, but there are actually young people who are saying no to it.
I want us to still stick on that issue of 6-piece suit, yeah? 6-piece, yeah. And you both have said parties exist to capture power, which is very true. But now here's a situation whereby the parties in power seem to not care about the areas that have the parties that are not in power. So we have this situation whereby lazima, you can even hear, like, mimi nikienda ushago ninasikia ngata some politicians wakiongea kwa maharusi, kwa mabarios, wanasema, guys, we need to tell our party leader, or rather our kingpin, to join gava, because akijoin gava maendeleo tufikia. And I'm like, when we just can't get maendeleo even if we're in opposition, if our region voted for the opposition rather, because I don't care who's president, because that's how it should be anyway. I do not care who's president, because we have a system that has been put in place to ensure that the president works for me, regardless of whether I voted for him or not. So if I am from Kitui County, niko Kitui County na ninasikia local leaders hapo wakisema Kalonzo anafaa kujoin gava ndio sasa maendeleo ifiki, and I'm like, but wait guys, you pay taxes. It's not like ati sasa because now President Ruto comes from Rift Valley, and now Rift Valley is the one that should only be getting the maendeleo. Tuliona juzi broad-based government venye rao ameingia kwa gava, as much as anasema yuko kwa gava, but sasa tunaanza kuona maendeleo yanaenda Kisumu. Does it take a leader to be in government for people for his people to get maendeleo? Watu wa Kisii watapata maendeleo lini? Ama sasa tungoje Matiang'i ingie gava ndio wapate nini? Ukambani tutangoja Kalonzo ingie ndio watu wa Ukambani, because kuna watu wa Ukambani hata wajali juu ya Kalonzo. Yeah. Kuna watu in Luo Nyanza, they don't care about Raila. Yes, there's someone in Turkana, surely that person is waiting for development, yet he or she pays taxes like any other person in Rift Valley and in Murima. So now I am for the idea of parties capturing power, but now do they capture power for themselves and for themselves only? And Lena, wewe ndio ulianza hiyo story, nijibu hiyo swali.
Thank you. I don't want to attack your party leader, but I want to say this, that when the current, Rigathi was the deputy president, he would stand and shout before people, stand on microphone and say, "Nyinyi ni ampati maendeleo juu amku vote vizuri. Sasa next time mjue mnafaa kuvote vizuri."
Mambo ya shares.
Mambo ya shares. And he really insisted on that. And I think it's just the same thing. It's the same narrative that he has taken to DCP, because for him he's saying that, you know what, my community is the largest, my community gives the most taxes, so we need to have the largest share in government, which is very, very wrong. Also, what did I want to say? Oh, when the current ODM party joined the broad-based, there were quarters that were saying, you know, people are feeling bad that you have joined, especially from the Luo community. They are feeling bad that you have joined the government because they don't want us to get development. They feel like the Luo community ought to stay the way it is without development. It's really a challenge that we're having. And I think I always wonder what is the solution to that, because it's hard to achieve that solution, especially because as communities, we always also collate towards certain political parties. Someone from Rift Valley would, of course, join UTA, and they're like, we want to be in government because we want our community to benefit. But even the truth, when someone says that, I always look at their communities and wonder, have they really benefited a lot than the other communities? If you look at Rift Valley, they've had power for how long? 24 years under Moi. Then now the DP, the current president was DP, you know,
for 10 years.
For 10 years, is now the president. Are they really benefited to that extent? They've not benefited to a great extent that you can say, me would want to move and go and live in Rift Valley. If anything, me I don't want to even go and live there, because I don't feel like there's a change. And I think as a people, we need to begin to do accountability. We have brought revolution, that is fine. But once we are done with the revolution, we now need to begin to do reforms. Democracy doesn't end with elections.
Yeah.
That's actually where it begins, because now that's where we need to begin to bring the government to accountability. Every presidential candidate, when they're campaigning, they go to each and every place. Even the smallest, you know, even the minute, the marginalized communities, they go there and say, if we get power, we're going to ensure that you guys benefit in this and this and in this way. Once you have gotten power, why can't you simply implement what you told that community? You know, even if you are just supporting them in the smallest way that you can. Because if you're able to support them, and then their leaders also come in and support, we can be able to see changes in those communities. So I think we need to begin to deal with that, and especially bringing our leaders to accountability and telling them that we have paid taxes. Me, I pay taxes as someone that is in Mount Kenya, as someone that is in Rift Valley. I am entitled to that. You know?
I mean, because bei ya mafuta venye ninaumia ndio pia watu wa Kitui wanaumia, ndio pia watu wa Rift Valley wanaumia, ndio pia watu wa Mombasa wanaumia. Lakini iko chipa kidogo, but we understand why.
Actually, MBUVI, if you also to deal with things like poverty, these are the things that we need to be highlighting, because you look at places that have the best education. And especially if you have the best education, you have the skill, you're able to get a good job and all that. Then you look at another place that has been probably in opposition, let's say like Ukambani, which has now been in opposition, I think, for more than 14 years. You know,
we were only in government when Kalonzo was vice president.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes.
And you look at that place and you realize, that place it has very few universities. Look at there's no support and all that. And you're talking that exactly. They're talking about ending things like poverty, unemployment, and all that. So if you're going to end poverty and unemployment, we really have to deal with these particular communities whereby those things are on high. Yes.
I agree. Wanjuko, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are, and ideally, hypothetically, a president should serve every region, you know, equally, and because everybody's a taxpayer, and then once you take over power, you are president to those who voted for you and those who did not vote for you. So therefore, you find, and this is something I want to say, you find that there are areas where, you know, and let's say, for example, like Ruiru constituency. Ruiru constituency is the constituency with the most I don't want to say voters, but what one issue call citizens, Kenyans, the most Kenyans live in Ruiru constituency, and you find it quite overwhelming that the resources that Ruiru is allocated haitoshi, ama watu wanapata mgao mdogo sana. And that's why I want to bring the story of, you know, at the communities. There's one community that is prettier than the other one, and what was trying to make a community feel fair, like they feel okay, what I'm giving to government through my tax, I'm getting it back. unapata tuseme sasa kama Ruiru, wacha tuseme basari allocation unapata Ruiru watu wanapata 2000 bob per person. Ukienda Mandera mtu mmoja anapata 200,000 per person. Mwe mse anasoma university throughout, huyu mwingine ni 2,000. And that's why BBI had come, because it was about one man one vote 1 shilling. 1 man 1 shilling. Kwa sababu say we are talking about resources, let's talk about 1 man 1 shilling. That's why you see that people now say sisi tunapeana pesa kama mwananchi, like for example Kiambu gives the highest in terms of income, you know, to Treasury. But when you look at what is coming back, it's not, they feel like this is not justified. We feel like maybe Mandera gets more, but you see Mandera will get more because of the equalization fund also that came to support them. But you see, you find Mandera is being given equalization fund, but when you go on ground and try to see what has 60 or maybe let's say what has 1 billion done for Mandera, you can't see it. And I saw the conversation, I saw Mheshimiwa Omi say, she updated her on her page that today we had this committee and we've agreed on certain amount that needs to go to the ASAL areas. Do you know, everybody from the ASAL area was like, yeah, but it's going to somebody's pocket. It won't come to us. It won't come to us. It won't come to us. It's going to somebody's pocket. So we have this issue truly about how resources are shared within the country, and how if I'm a president and there's a certain community or certain region that did not vote for me, I'm excluding them. But also because when you vote, you give your sovereign power to one person who's mwenye anaenda kuwatetea, and truly there are people who don't even do that job. Again, it goes back to people who nani anaendanga kutetea watu wake kwa floor of the National Assembly. There are honestly some people who have never spoken. I know Mzalendo does a tally of the most spoken, ameongea mara ngapi, and you will go and see there are people who don't even go and tetea their own community. Because you vote in somebody mwenye ameingia tu siasa kufanya biashara, and that's all they do. But again, as Kenyans, and you had talked about it, campaign financing. Kuchapa campaign, you see, like an MCA seat, the list you will use to win, it's 13 million. MCA 13M. And it's also very contextualized, because 13 ni mtu ataspend, MCA anasimama Nairobi. You see, maybe ukienda maybe rural areas, maybe atatumia 5 at most. Myself, I used 3 million and I did not get the seat. Campaign financing, unapata kama ni MP atatumia 50M. So you see, mimi nikiingia, mimi naenda kurudisha hido yenye nilipoteza. So I will not go to fight for resource allocation for my constituency at National Assembly.
You will go and fight for resource allocation to your pocket.
To my pocket. Me, I'm busy knocking on PSS doors. Kuna katenda huku. Naweza pata. You know, that's what I'm obsessed about. So then, because it's such a, the issue of Kenya and is such a compounded issue, because so many things come from it's also grassroots pushed, especially when it comes to campaign financing. Bana, mimi hata vijana wenyewe ningewaongelesha, nikimaza kuongelesha wananiuliza unatuacha aje? Fellow young people. Bana, when hustler kama mimi sasa ukiniuliza na kuacha aje, hata mimi siko poa. Mimi nataka change, that's why nimesimama na ninakwambia this is what I would like to see. But people don't listen to someone hivyo. Lazima uchome.
Sitaki kutetea watu wanakulizanga utaniachaje, but yenyewe pia huku kwa ground watu wamesota.
Kwanza sasa hii ni mbaya zaidi.
Kuna mtu aje kula, tunaongea sasa kwa radio chances za anatusikiza, lakini ana tumbo yake inaguruma hata more kuliko hiyo speaker anye anasikiza. And that is a reality on the ground. And when they see you working with someone like Rigathi Gachagua, of course they will be like, former deputy president, who amekujenga, lazima unijenga. Maybe haja kujenga, I don't know, maybe amekujenga pia utuambie.
Na tupe pia.
So ndio maana mimi I'm for the idea of that, you see that person who's from, because like a ward rep, an MCA, someone who's like literally, they could be your cousin, they could be your mama mboga who wants to stand for that particular position. So if we actually get people from the grassroots like that, things might work. And as long as they are not aligned, and I will insist, we will need to this conversation, whether you like it or not, the moment I see you working with Rigathi, kwa akili yangu ninafikiria ile pesa Rigathi aliba mnagawana. Una get? Sijui kama aliba. I'm just saying. Wewe msinieke kwa nini? Sisemi ameiba. But you know, because that's the perception on the ground. If someone sees me today campaigning alongside Kalonzo, they will definitely for a fact there is no way Kalonzo janijenga. Una get?
Okay, I think I have a different perspective and not ignorant of the fact that, of course, people are going through hard time. That's a very hard time. And, of course, when you go there and like you've talked to the young people, na ukienda kutoka unataka kuwasalimia, ni sawa. But now, looking at the uprising that we saw the other day, looking at how the young people were able to mobilize themselves through the use of technology, social media and all that. Don't you think that this we could also see this being reflected in the voting that we are expecting in 2027, that people are going to mobilize themselves on social media, whereby you will be required not to use a lot of resources for you to campaign for yourself?
Maybe what I foresee, 2027 is going to be a very expensive election. I expect state to really pour a lot of money kwa ground. What the good thing is that this time the voter is very wise. Ndakula do, lakini kura yangu ni siri yangu. Kwenye nitapeleka ni mimi peke yangu najua. And that is something I'm truly counting upon. We've seen the raised political consciousness of people. We've seen people integrating with, kwanza hata ninajua watu walikuwa wanashindwa kikoto. Mi time ya Uhuru hata sikuwa najua finance bill ni nini. But now Kenyans know what finance bill is. We've seen Kenyans now interacting with leadership. Yani politics every day. Kwanza young people are watching news. Kitambo hakuna kijana alikuwa na watch news. Siku hizi wanasikiza news, what is happening in this country. So I know and I trust that as much as the campaigns will be expensive, I trust that people will vote wisely. Siju huyu amenipea 200 lazima nimvotie. Mimi I trust that Kenyans especially young people are going to scout, listen to the people who are campaigning, what are their manifestos, are they practical? Kuna vitu zingine tunaambiangwa uongo zingine and people take them. I trust that young people will sift what's practical. Will this person truly be able to implement that within the time frame of 5 years, and truly voting the right people. But campaigns continue to be expensive, not only in Kenya but in Africa as well.
I won't force you to hold a brief for your party leader, but I want to ask you something that will boil down to personal responsibility. When you speak to Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, do you ask him about this whole issue of shares za gava venye walikuwa wanagawana? Hii sasa ni wewe nakuuliza. Yeye atakuja kujitetea kikampeni. Wewe ninakuuliza because for me it's a concern. It's a concern because we saw his true colors at that particular time when he said, bwana, if you didn't vote tulia, wacha wenye walivote kwanza washibe. Hata mimi nikienda kwa harusi ama nikienda kwa burial, of course my mom will always serve me first. Kwanza anaendanga pale na sahani 3 yangu ya fathe na yake. Na hiyo ni kawaida. Na we are used to that.
Mnapewa zile nyama.
Na ni life. Watu wa Nairobi tuko na tent yetu. Watu wa Nairobi tuko na choo yetu. And it's normal, hiyo ni life, tulishakubali, but that is more or less a Kenyan culture. But now when we take it to a national level whereby now you carry plates for only the people that voted now, and yet these people are paying taxes equally as much, now we have an issue. So I don't know, you as Wanjiko, unaulizanga huyu jamaa hiyo swali ama hii ni swali utauliza baadaye?
MBUVI, thank you for that question. That is a question I had the opportunity of asking him that question, like what was this about? And he told me, you see, again, and I usually tell young people, we've just met politics, especially many of us, some of us tumekaka kidogo, and we continue learning every day about politics. And he told me, you see, I didn't understand I was being set up. Ni kama tu everywhere you go, the work of wacha tuongee sasa context yao, a president and a vice president. The work of a vice president is obedience. Mimi mdogo wangu ni obedience. Nikimwambia fanya hivi, how to thrive in a work environment is to obey your senior. And this is how I was told to put things, and I did it. And I'm good at my job, and I did and delivered how I was told to do and talk about shareholders. And you see hata storia hizo storia kuleta Sudan RSF. He was asked by the president, go and meet this person, and then later on you bring him. My work was obedience to my boss, and that's what cost me. You see, if you ask me, Vice President Rigathi Gachagua, the deputy president, njama yake ya kuimpeachiwa was planned from the onset immediately waliingia. So their work was just to set him up daily by daily, and then they have enough tools to drive the narrative that they wanted to impeach him, and they were successful. And he told me, I know you look at me and you think I'm older and I should have known better, but every day is a learning moment, and I had my own learning moment. So for you, it's you to learn from what I went through and understand. Always see the long game of other people, because again, politics is a chess game.
Yeah.
Kuna watu sahi wanapanga nitafanya hivi ndio 2032 nipate hii. Kuna watu wanapanga sahi 2027 nitafanya hivi, but sitaki kitu yote 27, ninataka 2032.
Okay.
So for him, he was quite set up, and he has his own regrets. I've sat with him in a space where he is really reflecting and rethinking everything, and he would want to change a lot of things, but he can't. Time has passed.
Okay.
And that's why for him, every time he speaks, he apologizes to Kenyans and said, I brought this person, I campaigned for him, I did a mistake, and this is me rewriting the story again. Yeah.
All right, I want to change gears a bit and get into a bit of governance. I don't know what your thoughts are as far as the woman rep seat is concerned. A lot of people are saying that seat needs to be kicked out. We need to revisit the constitution and see how we will get rid of it for obvious reasons. Mimi hata wewe mwenyewe umesema kuna woman rep, mulipatiwa tu as by the way, na mkasema sasa na lazima nipige tu kura. Sasa let me vote for the beautiful devil. What do you think about that position?
The woman rep position is an affirmative position. It was brought into the constitution at a time whereby the women were very few. They were minority, and because we wanted to achieve the two-thirds gender rule, the political parties, stakeholders, civil society came together and said that, you know what, let's have affirmative positions. So these affirmative positions were to act as stepping stones to these other positions like the governor, the senator, the woman rep. And for me, I felt like that was a great move, because most of the women felt like competing in a masculine world was tough. It was tricky. So if I compete with fellow women, at least I will get some experience. That's when I go there, I will be able to build capacity. But now things have changed. Actually, I really have a lot of problems, not just the women rep, but with some of our women.
Yeah.
You see,
in leadership.
And it's because as women, we have come from very, very far.
True.
Those seats are very, very few. In fact, before you are given a position, a woman rep nominated, those positions are very few. And before you're given a position, a lot of women wanted that position. So the fact that you were entrusted with that position, you need to actually know that the standard is a bit high. We are expecting you to behave well, because you are like the mirror. If you misbehave, people will come back and say, unaona tumepewa wanawake hii kiti lakini hawafanyi anything. It's the same thing actually that you're trying to imply. We're asking, sasa hii kiti ya women rep, I don't
Mungala
even see any.
always had problems with that.
I still have said it's in the past.
But you need to understand where we came from. We needed to at least give the women some kind of support so that they can also want to participate in politics.
Yeah.
Right now, as we speak, and looking at my woman rep right here in the city, I honestly do not understand what her role is. I don't know whether she speaks for the president, she speaks for the common mwananchi, she speaks for the DIG. I don't know who she speaks for.
Herself.
Yeah. So I'm unable to understand what she's doing.
Perhaps we need to invite Andy atuambie.
Imagine even during when you had the End Femicide campaign, there was very little that woman was doing. I felt so disappointed. But that doesn't mean that we don't have women who are actually doing good things, just that the media doesn't capture them.
Okay.
Yeah, the media doesn't capture them. But I believe that we have women who are actually doing great things out there. But we also now need to rethink about what this woman rep position ought to achieve. Because it's also, an affirmative position, you don't have too much. You're constrained. You know, like you wonder. Sometimes I always wonder: do they deal with women and children? Do they deal with all? Because they are voted by everyone. Even if we voted for the women rep,
course,
right?
yeah.
So sometimes I always wonder: do they deal with all of them? Like, what is it? What is their role really? You know, and do they have some allocation? There some kind of budget whereby they are allocated? How do they use that budget and all that? I don't understand the structure. I would really want to understand, but I'm not for the idea that it is scrapped off.
Okay.
Yes.
So would you want to go for that seat?
No, I don't want to go for that seat.
Before she tells us the seat, because I'm sure there's a seat she wants. Wanjiku unaonaje your position?
I can speak at length about it because I've worked in a woman rep's office, and I can talk about what the woman rep seat does. It's a seat that you represent women and minorities and marginalized in your community. That now includes the PWDs, maybe the orphans. You are taking an extra step to cover or cushion, the young people, the youth, women, and the marginalized and minorities in your community. You do have some allocation. It's 7 million per constituency, so it depends the number of constituency in your community that you have, and the finances are quite kidogo. If, let's say, for example, your county has maybe 4 constituencies, that means you access 28 million. But when you when you look at an MP seat una access up to maybe 135 million, 140, 110 million, depends what's the NGCDF allocation in your constituency. So I would say women rep seats, you're restricted with the funding. If you don't go an extra step to work with NGO, collaborate with the private sector to support your community, then your constituency will lose out. And because I supported for us, and I worked for the Kirinyaga Women Rep, we did a lot of collaboration with other institutions. Like, we went extra steps. And I know for her, it is the one representative that people look and say, okay, she's one person who helps us understand truly what this is meant for. But pia tena, it goes back to us. Who do we vote in as women rep? Sasa kama Kiambu walienda kuchagua watu walichagua, wacha niseme kusema watu but si kumchagua, lakini women rep wetu ni mama nakatishanga keki kwa weddings. So why
cake matron?
Imagine cake matron. Why would you expect a cake matron be able to do legislation in parliament? I think it's actually very unfair. We have such expectations of her. She doesn't know anything about legislation. Anajua tu kukuja kwa wedding, our advice venye mutakaa pamoja. In African perspective, mwanamke venye utavumilia.
Yeah.
Why would we expect her to be able to do legislation? So the seat is very important because, again, like she said, it's an affirmative seat. Today we have in parliament right now, we only have 23% of women in parliament. This is a seat that came to ensure that we achieve the 2/3 gender rule, and even principle. And even then, even with the 2/3 gender principle, with the affirmative seats, we are still not able to attain 2/3. So the number is still less. So we have to do a lot more work in trusting female leadership in our country, because there are like 8 counties, no woman, none was elected, none. So again, it's a very important seat because it ensures it's good to have both genders in leadership, because it gives all the gender lenses to ensure gender sensitive budgeting. But we choose the wrong people to women representative seats, and that's why we don't see much performance. But if we give good leaders the opportunity, I'm sure they would deliver.
Because some of these women in leadership, and see, wanaume pia wanafanyanga tu tabia tubaya, si ati nasema pia wanawake ati pekee ndio wako. But you see, when you're a nominated senator, for instance, and you're a female nominated senator, and then you're here unatonesha kidole cha kati ukiwa kwa gari yako,
the dancing on TikTok.
Yeah, you're showing us the way.
Tunaweza dance.
Kudance ko sawa. Twerk all you want. Then
kutwerk ndio tuko na shida hapo.
No, but kama unataka twerk, by all means. Hiyo ndio Mungu alikupatia. Then of course there's this whole situation of unatoa matusi kwa unatukana, like you tukana the people that you serve, the people that pay your taxes. Today I cannot stand here and insult the CEO or even my own PC or the head of radio. I can't.
because at the end of the day I am expecting to receive a salary, you know, and if I do that, I'm done, I'm fired, I go back to the streets. But here is someone who's nominated, and then they come out there, they insult people, and this person is a female nominated senator. So unacheki sasa hapo kidogo tunaanza kushanga, and then the party that nominated him is doing nothing about it. So hizo ndizo vitu mimi nasema kidogo tunafaa kwanza kuangalia. And then of course now we go back to the woman rep. I feel like they do not serve Kenyans. The question you are asking, do they serve Kenyans? They serve themselves, the president? Because how can you sit down and start saying things and you can clearly see the country is aligned in a certain way? You get? So mpaka ndio maana inapatia wanawake a bad name. Yes, wanaume already tuko na jina mbaya, but sisi tumezoea. We have been there for centuries, millennia even. So sisi kutukana is normal. Us behaving badly, and I'm not encouraging it, but I'm just saying it's kinda, it's kinda acceptable. But now women, when you're fighting for those, like like you said, affirmative positions.
Muga, I tried to solve that issue.
Yeah.
The president had appointed a multi-sector working group team to see how we can attain the two-thirds gender principle in our country, because as it is, even the 13th National Assembly is unconstitutional because I attain, and it's constitutional, it's in the constitution to have two-thirds. I this is what I submitted to the committee, and which I'm really happy they also incorporated it into the final report, because I checked the final report. Because sana unajua public participation mnenanga mnasema vitu and then ukiangalia report hata ku-include. So for me, what I said is that for us to attain to that gender principle, and for us to have meaningful women in parliament, especially in nominated, we have to have now what is the word? We have to have a criterion that they should have, these are the standards you have to meet. And also it should be women who, for example, kama ni election 2027, so people will be nominated, the people who have vied. Maybe alikuja number 2 or number 3. Huyo ni mtu anataka kuserve. But you see people go and fetch women, I don't know from where, girlfriends, they come and throw them in. And I'm not saying everybody is because we have because we have nominated people like Senator
Crystal.
Sige, you can see that we have, but also wale wenye wanaribia jina ni hao wenye hata bana, they don't want to lead, they're just there for life. It's doing anything.
Ako Dubai every other day.
And then you could see hata kuna wengine they can't be able to even read as they're being sworn. So uyo hata you are sure they can't be able to represent you in any way. So for me, I did, as Young Women in Politics Network, we did submit a memo. This is how we'd want to see nominations done in this country, so that they can be meaningful and both
But my input about what you guys are saying about now the women rep ambao wanaenda wanatusi wana track sijui nini, I think the bottom line is standard and the criteria that you're talking about in terms of all the leaders, not just the women rep, because if we say we are going to talk about the women reps alone, yet we are seeing other people we have voted for wakienda huku kwa wakienda wakitusi wakizungumza maneno ambayo hayafai katika community. I think it is just a standard, and we need to look at the people we are putting on in this spaces, in these places. It's quite important.
Can I just add on that?
Yes.
I always say that the problem that we have in politics don't really emanate from politicians alone. They also emanate us from us as a people. Remember that the political ecosystem is up there, but there are other systems that support the political ecosystems. For instance, even the media. We have things like religion, society, family unit, education system, and all those things. And if we actually clean the political system and we don't clean down here, it's like cutting the tree at the middle. At the end of the day, with the enabling environment, it will still regrow back to the way it was. So as a society, we need to do better. You have said clearly that we have not seen political parties take any action, but we also seen civil societies take any action against these women reps or against these female senators who are not doing anything. We have not seen, in fact, we have not reached a point whereby we are boiling as a country and saying that enough is enough. And you see, the thing with political parties is that they cannot take any responsibility or take any action because they lead these people. everyone in a political party plays a certain role. They are the noise makers, we have the technicians, we have the technocrats, we have the those that just their work is more of academia, they all play a certain role. So someone like that senator that you're talking about, for her, she plays a certain role. Maybe it's to make noise for the
rabble
party,
rouse,
to create chaos when people are discussing something that is very important for her. She's there creating chaos and diverting our attention, that we can be looking at her and forget that we are supposed to deal with the country matters. So I think we have that challenge.
Niko na suggestion, and perhaps I hope it will make sense, and if it doesn't, maybe we can try and see how we can polish it. I feel like by elections of 2032, perhaps the only criteria, apart from the other academic whatever qualifications, I think we need to elect leaders who've gone through a school of leadership. I think so. Like where you go for 3 months and you get a certificate or diploma, whatever it is called, something that maybe at IEBC waanzishe your shule ikwe under IEBC, whereby if in 2032 you want to vie, and now this is 2032 going forward, 2037 baka till kingdom come, you are interested in MCA, you're interested in Senate, MP, governor, president, you have got to go through the school of leadership, whereby you're taught things such as etiquette, ufunzwe kutotukana watu, ufunzwe dress code, because pia dress code kidogo iko na shida.
I think you are behind news.
Okay. Oh, so there's such a school?
No, there's no school per se, but before yesterday, the beginning of the week, I was in a meeting whereby they were capacity building young legislators, people that would want to get into the political space. And they were teaching us all these things about what you need to do, how you need to form coalitions, how you need to support each other. I tell you, there are 1 million fellowships in this country of our young people are trained on how to become politicians, how you need to do, get finances, behave, and all
the one I'm
things.
suggesting, because even in university there's a unit,
unit
there's a unit in leadership, where you're also taught those things, but you see, not everyone has gone to university, but they still want to.
But the question is, the people that have gotten that education, the ones that have probably gotten some kind of training on that, do you think they are doing better jobs?
Let me ask you, and the reason I'm asking this is because have you seen such nonsense in China? Yet they have leaders, they have an equivalent of an MCA, they have an equivalent of an MP, right? They have an equivalent of a senator somewhere, but you will not see that. And I don't know any other country I can choose right now. Have you seen that in the UK, for example? Yet they have equivalent of these leaders in those countries. I don't know if they in those countries they have schools, but what I'm insisting on, or rather what I would like to see, is a school by IEBC, not by Kenyatta University, not by UON or by some random church that has said come for leadership training. Like IEBC seme ukijo unataka kiti in 2027 or 2032. I don't know now the timelines. You have got to go to this school at IBC of leadership training, where for 3 months you will be taught ABCD, and there's a serious exam. You fail it.
Exam.
And there's a proper exam.
You see,
whereby
what happens
if you fail, wewe sahau hiyo kiti yako MCA imeenda.
What happens is now what is happening today is now the opposite. Once you get into leadership, you go to KSG for units. You go to study
Kenya School of Government.
Yes, you go to Kenya School of Government. You are put through all these trainings and so on and so forth. Thing is, Kenya, especially with MCAs, people don't retain their seats. Unaserve ka umeenda. So by the time they're finishing to capacitate you, maybe 3 years are gone, umebakisha 2 years, then you go. Then you bring a whole fresh batch again. So we also don't retain leaders, so they're also not able to sort of utilize the kind of training they have received. So I've seen that the Kenya School of Government has tried to polish up the leaders we have. It's just that we don't retain them.
And again, whatever you're saying about the capacity building training zenye zinafanyika kila mahali, by the once these leaders get into power, they have access to these capacity building trainings a lot, everywhere. And then so now this we just boil back down to the moral fabric that we have as a country. No, we cannot compare ourselves with China. You keep on saying that ungependa sheria za China ziletwe hapa kwetu Kenya. za kunyonga, you are not sometimes it's the laws that you have that will force you to toe the line. Sometimes, some other times it's just the moral fabric that you are made of. Like as a country, tumezoea tunaona watu wanatwak kule kwa so like whatever she has said, most of the times unapata kila mtu akona role pale.
And that's very true,
kila mtu akona role pale kwa chama. Wewe ni wakwenda kutwak, wewe kazi yako ni kwenda
you see hata nini, you can even see when I saw, and Farouk is quite he does that a lot. Kuambia wamama wa dance kwa rally, like it asks me inanibwengi sana, na unapata unaambiwa geuke utwakie watu. I'm like, women bring much more to leadership than just twerking.
Exactly.
So it's also because we exist. The political system is very patriarchal. It actually, politics wasn't created for women from the onset. It's just that we've had to make it, to feminize the political space, that women also can lead and should lead because of many reasons, including equality. So that's why you find that that space demands some women to do funny things so that they can be able to thrive and stay within. But we've seen very successful female politicians who have maintained their own independence and morality, and been very successful, including Akina Wangari Maathai,
but Phoebus, you're the one that just passed on.
Akina Honorable Martha Karua, we have Njoki Ndongo. People who have stayed in leadership but haven't had to act funny or to please certain political gods in a very sexualized manner to exist.
Still at that women leadership. The other day we had an aspirant here who wants to go for the seat of a president. Do you think the country is ready for that? Our country right now?
Okay, I would say not yet, because of the numbers that I've seen. If the National Assembly only were at 23%, the counties that, like 8 counties, did not vote for a woman, the country is still not yet ready to vote in for a woman president. If at the lowest level,
that is a hard truth.
Like in Nairobi, we have 80 wards. Only 2 women were voted in as MCAs. Only 2. And you see, this is Nairobi. We would assume or expect it to be very liberal. They will see you they'll see you beyond your gender,
your tribe and all that.
Only just 2 women as MCAs. So for me, we still have a long way to go to achieve even a female president. I mean, even America couldn't vote in Kamala and Clinton. Still, women leadership.
Ednah? For me, you see, the kind of leaders that we have today, the female leaders that we have today, is as a result of the work that we have done over time. Since independence, we have put in a lot of work. Civil societies have put in a lot of work. Individuals, we have put in a lot of work. We've also called our male allies and told them, you know what, we need to have a change of mindset that women can be able to lead. And because of that, every election we have seen progress, whereby we have more women leaders. In parliament, even governors. This time we had the highest number of governors that we could ever have since the promulgation of the new constitution. Yes, but when you've asked whether we are ready in 2027, not yet. But I can clearly tell you that because of the progress that we have made, and because me and Wanjiku and other young ladies, we've been able to not just see but be part of, seen the experiences of these women, we have been mentored by them. I believe that our generation is able to accomplish. So if we are going to have a woman leader, a woman president, we need to do now twice than we have done.
Wow.
We will need to do, and I can already see the signs. You see, before it begins to rain, first you see the clouds gathering. The clouds have begun to gather. We can already, the presidency, the women presidency is here. It was achieved in Namibia. It was achieved in a country like Liberia. It was achieved in those countries. And I've heard that Namibia is actually doing a good work. So if you're actually able to do a little bit more, call for the leaders that are now in power to be able to support other women, mentor them, the experiences that they have had, plus the knowledge that we have, and the energetic young women that you see during the protest, the women were more than men. There was actually the willingness of women to call for accountability. They felt like, no, this is not the country that we want. So I feel because of that, there is also that kind of hunger, thus by the young women, to be able to do the right thing. And if you can keep that momentum with the right mentorship, correcting here and there, the senators that are twerking and dancing everywhere, we can be able to achieve a woman presidency.
And I feel also nyinyi pia kina mama ama kama wanawake,
yes,
please call out the ladies who are letting you down.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, not like properly call them out to a point of even impeaching them. Then perhaps another woman who will ever get that position hatacheza na hiyo position. Atajua manze, sitaki kukua kama fulani, na ninajua kuna hii rende na niangalia, and if I mess up, I'm messing for every other woman who ever want this position.
Especially they should understand that part. That affirmative seat, it was such a heavy job that the women who are ahead of us did to bring them in and to encourage. Once you run for a woman rep seat, usiende tam tatu ne. Uende hapo tamoja mbili, step, build your capacity, your visibility, your popularity, then chapa MP, chapa Senate, chapa governor, because kuna wengine unaenda 3 terms, 4 terms, like, bro,
because it's an easy seat to get.
But you need to, it's a seat to nurture. Unasonga, nurture, songa.
And
ladies,
movie you seem act by this women leadership thing.
It's because look, I am a father to daughters and girls, to girls basically, and I want them in future to have an easier way to leadership. And it starts now. It does start now, because if you get to leadership position na muharibu, no matter how I campaign for them, watu wanakuwa wanasema achana wanawake, kuna kitu wanawake ufanya, and unfortunately that narrative is there. So I'm not saying this just for the sake of saying it, but I honestly, and don't forget I'm paying taxes. At the end of the day, my money is paying all these women. So mimi ninataka kuona hiyo kazi ikifanyika. Unaweza itamfanyia kazi kwa nyumba yako, unamwambia kuosha nyumba, anaosha tu hapa mali nini, lakini ukinunua viti hivi unaona vumbi, vyombo huko hata kuosha na sabuni bado zinanuka mayai. I mean, that you wouldn't be okay with that. You wouldn't pay that woman. So the same way I'm paying all these women, me I expect work to be done. It's as simple as that.
As well as the men as
even the men. And that's why I said I'm not excusing them.
We hold women to a longer yardstick of measurement, and now ukiwa mkali sana to the female leaders,
lazima ni
but men also
you fought for these positions. Do well. That's the time we had, unfortunately, ladies. Thank you so much for coming, Lena and Wanjiko. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Come back here. Let's have these conversations. Let's continue holding each other to account. Our leaders, and of course yourselves. Sindio?
Absolutely.
All right. This is where we come to a close right now, though. The show still continues, but the news is coming right up with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested 2 suspected gold scammers in an ongoing crackdown targeting fake gold cartels defrauding foreign investors. Among those in custody is Michael Otieno Owano, a Nairobi-based lawyer accused of helping swindle a Canadian investor out of $618,000 in a bogus gold export deal. The investor was promised 250 kilograms of gold headed to Dubai. 2 more suspects, a Congolese man and a Kenyan known as Kevo Sonko, have also been linked to similar scams involving a Gabonese investor. All suspects remain in custody as detectives widen the investigation. The Ministry of Education has unveiled a revised competency-based curriculum structure for senior school. It has now expanded the number of subjects from 7 to 10 and introducing new rules on compulsory and elective learning areas ahead of the January 2026 rollout. The updated framework makes mathematics mandatory for all learners and adds non-examined subjects such as physical education, ICT skills, and religious instruction to promote holistic growth. In a circular sent to all regional, county and sub-county directors of education, Education Principal Secretary Julius Bitok said senior school will cover grades 10 to 12, catering to learners aged between 15 to 17 years. DCP party youth leader Wanjiku Thiga is calling on young Kenyans to register with political parties to actively shape their future. With over 70% of the population being youth, Wanjiku says it's vital they take part in party nominations and support leaders who truly represent their interest. She warns that without party membership, many young aspirants risk losing out to older, more established politicians and missing the backing and resources needed to run successful campaigns.
If we are partyless, then that means that as young Kenyans, we won't be able to take part in nominations that happen on March, on the election year. Because on nominations, party registration lists are what are used.
Yes.
So if young people are partyless, then we're not able to fully and meaningfully take part in the electoral process. There are very, very many young people who are intending to run for office,
Yes.
and they're running for office through parties. So if you're not a party member, then you won't be able to support a fellow young person who's running for office.
A freight train collided with a Kenya Pipeline Company bus carrying staff at the Morendat Junction in Naivasha, Nakuru County, killing at least 8 people on Thursday. Naivasha police boss Anthony Keter confirmed the deaths. The collision, which occurred as the bus attempted to cross the railway, has now claimed the lives of 8 people, with numerous others injured. The Kenya Pipeline Company, whose employees were aboard the bus, reassured the public that all affected individuals are receiving urgent support and medical attention.
Wenye wameumia ni wengi sana. Haswa hiyo basi ilikuwa imebeba watu wengi sana ambao ni wafanyakazi wa pipeline hapa Naivasha, hii kampuni ya mafuta. So wale ambao wamebebwa na ambulance ni wengi sana.
Dereva wetu wa Kasarani, mnapofika upande huu ambapo ni kivukio, mkuwe waangalifu sana kwa sababu hii sehemu itatumaliza.
The Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has called for a diplomatic approach in addressing business restrictions imposed on Kenyans by Tanzania and also in dealing with foreigners undertaking business activities in Kenya. Speaking during a meeting with National Assembly Committee on Regional Integration, PCS Mudavadi appealed for patience and dialogue in resolving cross-border issues. He said in case diplomacy doesn't work, he will declare its failure so that Kenya may engage other channels. The committee, led by Chairperson Irene Mayaka, sought responses from Honorable Mudavadi on both regional and continental concerns.
And those issues, we say, I'm writing to the Minister for Foreign Affairs to tell him that there are concerns that are being raised about trade and policies that are going contrary to the Treaty of the East African Community.
And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 9 o'clock, and we're about to discuss something that happened 27 years ago in this country of ours, where we lost a couple of, actually many lives, but most importantly the country was shaken. Today we actually are marking that particular day, and it is the day that we like calling it as bomb blast, but we remember that there were some attacks that happened here in the country, and another twin attack also happened in Tanzania on the same day. And to help us have that conversation around the August 7th bombings, and of course we reflect on the ongoing efforts to ensure that something of that nature never happens again, we do have Masisi Kilu. He is the Chief Liaison Officer, Training, Research and Development, National Counterterrorism Center. So Mr. Masisi, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante.
27 years ago,
Yes.
where were you when that attack happened?
I was at that roundabout.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
so-
in, we were about to open campus for second year.
Yes.
We had just finished the long holiday for after first year. So I was going to join my second year in September 1998. So around that time, I had come to visit a friend who was a barber around Jamia Mosque. So I was in Matatu number 23, heading to Gill House. So it was just about at that roundabout.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
bomb blast roundabout.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which university is this that you were going to?
I was in Nairobi University.
Okay.
Yes.
So you literally experienced this situation firsthand.
Yes.
How was it for you? Because sisi tulikuanga mbaya. I remember that time I was in standard 6. Wewe unasema ulikuanga second year.
Nilikuwa second year.
So how was maybe you can just describe the experience for us. I'm sure it was very traumatizing.
Yeah, it was crazy. At first, we had already taken that turn. If you know that route, we had already taken that turn.
You were coming out from Haile Selassie?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we had taken the roundabout, just turning towards Hafia Center.
Yes.
Then it happened. So at first, people thought it was a tire burst, a big tire burst. But on reaching Gill House and alighting, there was a lot of chaos. So I was with a friend and we decided, let's go and see what is really happening. But already Afia Center, the windows were coming down because you see it is made of a lot of window panes.
Right.
So they were coming down. There were a lot of debris in the air. So we were quite confused on what was happening.
Yeah.
Then after maybe a few minutes, 20-25 minutes, we decided where has it happened. So everybody was rushing there.
Okay.
Then now that I joined this career, there are lessons that we learned.
Yes.
That you don't need to rush to such incidents because there could be another incident almost about to
like
happen.
a secondary attack.
Yes.
Let me ask you also in regards to your did you suffer any injuries?
No. Luckily we did get any injury in that matatu. We never got any injuries.
Okay.
But upon alighting and going to the other side of Ufundi House, we met a lot of people who are bleeding. And all that.
Way. So
Yes.
for you went you did you proceed on your way ama ulibaki hapo saidie?
Tulisaidia kidogo. But hatukujua what had really happened.
Yeah.
So tulisaidia wale tulisaidia. I remember there was a cop. There's a photo I usually pride of a cop who had a gun and he was bleeding and he was having a cape. He was an AP officer.
Yes.
I remember that picture in the Nation newspaper. He was, I think, on the front line or the second page of the Nation newspaper.
Yeah.
But after some time I went and went to see my friend. Apparently the debris had reached there. So you can imagine from Cooperative House up to Jamia Mosque. Because he had a barber shop near Jamia Mosque. The debris had gone all the way up to that place.
Is it the debris from Cooperative that went there?
Yes.
The aftershock of the bomb that also shattered all the way till Jamia?
The debris included window panes, stones, metal from buildings from that place. So when we reached there, you find things were falling on people on that side.
Okay.
Yeah, without knowing where they're coming.
Yes.
And I remember him calling I think was it the mother or a friend, and then he said in Kikuyu that Nairobi has burnt. So it was, for me, it was coincidentally, I'm in NCTC.
Yeah.
And that was an experience for me.
Yeah. So how did you get to NCTC?
In NCTC,
it's quite the coincidence, yeah.
Yes. No, I've been in the law enforcement sector for quite some time, 19 years now. And in 2019, we got an opportunity to join the National Counterterrorism Center. So, of course, there are interviews and all that. So that's how I got myself there. So we are there, we are seconded there or attached there from different agencies.
Okay.
So maybe what I could say is that NCTC is an interagency of basically security agencies.
Okay.
So if you come to NCTC, you will find that we have the police, the KDF, intelligence, we have immigration, prison, probation,
DCI.
Yes. You know, all the components of the police, DCI, APS, KPS. We have representatives of ATPU. So it's a well composed interagency. And then we are established by the Prevention of Terrorism Act.
Yes.
Of 2012, and we have about 7 core mandates. So one of the core mandates is to coordinate counterterrorism efforts within Kenya and across the borders. So NCTC happens to be a referent agency within the region because of the experiences that Kenya has had in terms of, terrorist attacks, and you'll find the experience that we have, other countries don't really have that experience besides maybe Nigeria.
Okay.
So you find we are a go-to inter-agency where you come, you learn, we see where we've come from.
Also, wait, you also train foreign entities on counterterrorism?
We do a lot of training and sensitization, but on the foreign entities, they usually come for benchmarking.
Okay.
Yes. To see where we've come from. And you see, 1998 is a referent incident for Kenya. Because you'll see, I've said we are established by the Prevention of Terrorism Act of 2012. So you can see from 1998 up to 2012.
Yes.
What are the lessons we have learned? So that now we decide we really need a Prevention of Terrorism Act in 2012.
Yeah, we have a lot of, okay, not a lot of, but we've experienced several attacks even after the 1998 bombing. That one, I think, was like the first major one.
Yes.
Has Kenya experienced anything before? Because personally, I don't remember anything before 98 in terms of terrorism.
Yes, we have the 1980 Norfolk attack.
Oh.
Yeah, we had the OTC attack also. The transport company. So we had those incidents earlier before 1998.
Yes.
So 1998 is a memory that we hold dear to us.
Right.
Very painful, remembering those who lost their lives, 256. You know that is not a small number.
It is a huge number. Of course, the people who are maimed.
Yes. And in the two incidents, the Kenya and Dar es Salaam incident, we have around 4,500 injuries. So you see, there are still people who are living with those wounds. So this day gives us an opportunity to reflect, to learn, to feel the pain of those who lost their loved ones, and also to, forge strategies to prevent future acts like those ones. And we are really doing a lot. To ensure that we don't face such incidents.
You've talked of the attack that happened in 1980.
Yes.
1980. You've talked of the OTC.
Yes.
You've talked of the one that you're talking about right now.
1998.
Yes, and there are others that have happened so far.
Yes.
Maybe to ask, how different are these attacks? Is there anything that is in common in all these attacks?
There are commonalities in these attacks, and the mode of operation of the attackers. You'll find the 1980, 1979, the 1998, the main perpetrator is the Al-Qaeda, which was founded by Osama bin Laden in 1988. And you'll find it's a global conflict that has been brought home in Kenya.
Because you said Al-Qaeda was formed in 1988.
Yes.
But they carried out attacks in the 1980s.
Yes.
But they were not being called Al-Qaeda then.
No. That was the conflict, the Israel-Palestine conflict. You'll find there is for the hotel industry. You'll find there is always a reason for them to attack that particular facility. Number one, hotels are soft targets. The embassy, we could say, was not really a soft target because it was guarded. Our police camps and military camps are hard targets because they are well guarded. But you find the conflict, the Israel-Palestine conflict, brought to the Norfolk attack. The U.S. embassy attack, again a conflict against the U.S. and we suffer because we are friends of these
nations.
Yes, we are affiliates. We do business. We do all that together.
Okay.
So we fall victim because these are our allies. So where do we take this attack?
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Continue. I think I cut you off. You were saying that the main component is Al-Qaeda.
Yes, the main component then was Al-Qaeda. But then we see the metamorphosis of the Islamic Court Union in Somalia and Al-Shabaab now becoming an affiliate of Al-Qaeda. And that's why you see from 2011 the attacks have been, increasing. Because Al-Shabaab is just our next door neighbor in Somalia, but they have recruited many Kenyans through radicalization and, giving those ideologies about what they require. So you'll find the mode of operation has morphed from the Norfolk attack, the
embassy attack,
the Kikambala Paradise Hotel attack, then we have Westgate attack. So you'll find, Dusit. So the commonality is the violence that is involved in that. These, they perpetrate violence.
Yeah.
We are seeing improvised explosive devices being used. They were used then, they are still being used now. And you will find the improvised explosive devices are, they can be homemade. You can use a sufuria, a can, fertilizer, and all that too. You see, so it is an easy. Where is it an easy to go to?
Yeah.
Weapon for them. So that is the commonality. There's firearms and there's use of those explosives. Yes.
So my other question then would be, because I want to take you back a paragraph or so back. Hapo umesema kwa radicalization.
Yes.
How would one know that they're being radicalized? For example, there's a time there was a Kenyan who was very prominent because apparently he had been radicalized.
Yes.
How can one be radicalized? Or rather, how is one radicalized?
Radicalization is a process. From the rational thinking to unrational thinking, which we call violent extremism. So from thinking rationally to being an extremist. And if I will use what the terrorists do, they start by telling you about the ideology. And we know the ideology that has been used is they have what they call the Umma, that is us versus them. We have what they call the Khilafa, that is the Holy Land. They have what they call the Sharia, that is the law that they want to, they don't want to abide by the laws of this country. They want to abide by their own laws. And then there is what they call jihad. So if you talk to the contemporary jihad, is they call it jihad nafsi. It's about myself. What are the good deeds that I do? What will take me to heaven, for example?
Okay.
What are the practices of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him? Was he a peaceful man? Did he advocate for peace? Then why are these people advocating for these 4 doctrines of radicalization? So when they start radicalizing you, they probably will use grievances. We all have grievances. We don't have jobs. We come from a poor background. My brother was hurt by a police officer. There are so many grievances around. So they will capitalize on those grievances. The price of bread has gone up. The price of...
So from what I'm hearing from you is that they target someone.
Yes.
Who's probably...
Vulnerable
in terms of those kinds of thoughts.
Yes.
So they find someone and then they're like, unaona hata brother yako alishutiwa...
Yes.
Uko.
Yes.
Aya. Ndio hao tena hata wamekunyima kazi.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So they will go by those... grievances.
Yes.
They have their own narratives which they form, so that they bring you pole into accepting their goals and what they really want to do.
Okay.
So they will really want to discredit the government. When you attack a university like Garissa University, you've really discredited the government, because they are like wameshindwa kuchunga watoto wao. They are unable to protect children in the campus. So, and what do you think us who are in the government feel? We feel so bad because we were really unable to protect those lives. So they have many goals apart from that acquiring that caliphate land for them, proclaiming the Sharia law. So they have many goals that they want to pursue.
All right. Yes.
I think previously, some years back, we had a lot of recruitment happening, and not only in the religious places.
Yes.
We also had this happening even at university levels, in school. Maybe just to ask, what has the Counterterrorism Act done so far to ensure that it has curbed that recruitment numbers?
So the act, maybe if I speak about the mandate that we have coordinating counterterrorism efforts across Kenya and in the region. We do what we call vetting of aviation schools together with other agencies, because we know a plane has been used as a terrorist weapon previously. We do a lot of sensitization to the public. We build capacity on issues of counterterrorism and prevention and countering violent extremism. And then we do what we call developing strategies, de-radicalization and counterterrorism strategies. And then we have what we call analysis to inform policy. So we do a lot of analysis to inform policy. So if I take the mandate for developing strategies on de-radicalization, we have an expanded mandate by the Executive Order number 1 of 2023, where we coordinate the de-radicalization strategies, and then we are the referent agency for multi-agency and bilateral partnerships, because we know without partnerships we really can't go far. So we have developed, if I go back a bit, in 2016 we developed the National Strategy to Counter Violent Extremism, which was launched by the former president, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes.
And then the 2016 strategy had about 9 pillars, which spoke about security, education, gender, arts and culture. And those were efforts to try and build resilience within the community to prevent radicalization. Now, we have now the new strategy, and we have added a P. So it was NSCVE. Now we have NSPCVE. So we have the national strategy to prevent and counter violent extremism. Prevention is better than cure.
Yes.
So our efforts go towards prevention.
Yes.
So we have about 5 key pillars or key priorities in that strategy, just to build resilience and bring the community on board to know that radicalization is taking place. These are the strategies that we are using. We have a strategy, it's called disengagement, de-radicalization, rehabilitation and reintegration, where we disengage those who have joined Al-Shabaab, for example, and are willing to come back. We have a returnee policy. How do we handle the returnees who have come back from, joining those terror groups? We have the de-radicalization aspect of it. We do that in collaboration with religious leaders. So that, because, the radicalization was done through distorted religious messaging. So now we use the religious leaders, the sheikhs, the imams, to give the correct version of what the religious books say. If it is about Ummah, what is the holy book saying about Ummah? If it is about Khilafah, if it is about Caliphate, if it is about Jihad, what is it all about? And then we have now the rehabilitation part of it. So we do a lot of rehabilitation of these returnees, and in reintegration we see how we can better their livelihoods and return them back to the society. It's a long process. We say it's a risky and a dangerous affair because you really don't know if this person has really come out from that ideology or is just going through a phase. So we have that strategy. We have other strategies like the child safety and security against violent extremism. This is for our teachers, beacon teachers, principals, parents, to detect early signs of violent extremism in our children. We say the terrorist has the time, we have the watch. Okay. So because they have the time, they will recruit a 5-year-old to commit an atrocity in 20 years to come. So now we have a strategy to try and intercept that and disrupt that radicalization part of it.
There's this the issue of Mackenzie.
Yes.
In Kilifi,
Yes.
Kilifi County. Do you categorize this or classify this as radicalization or terrorism? Actually, let me use that word.
To buttress that, Mackenzie has been charged with using the Prevention of Terrorism Act. So there are aspects of terrorism in what Mackenzie was doing, radicalizing his followers. But because the matter is in court, we remain to await for the verdict of the court. Having said that, the Prevention of Terrorism Act has about 26 offenses, which range from financing, advising, supporting, radicalizing itself, identifying targets for attack, so those 26 offenses are what, if you are to be charged with terrorism, they have to quote either of those offenses. So if you are charged with radicalization, then it has to be as defined by that part of the act.
Okay.
Yes.
In regards to what I've heard you say, and how the Al Qaeda and Al Shabaab operate, it's more or less, and that ideology, I feel like it's a political situation that we're dealing with. Is it possible to find political solutions to what is going on? Because we see this in movies as well, and we know movies, of course, choreographed, but when we see those leaders in the movies, they're always agitating for something.
Yes.
And that is why they are causing chaos, because they're trying to get this attention from the leaders who otherwise wouldn't listen to them. I'm not encouraging it, but what I'm asking is it possible to find a solution to that particular chaos? Because Al-Shabaab wako hapa too across the border in Somalia, and of course they have embedded themselves in other places.
Sure.
Is it possible to sit down with these folks and tell them, look, mnashindanga mkikuja Boni Forest mnatusumbua, mnakuja huko sijui wapi mnatusumbua, okay, noma iko wapi, mnataka aje?
Yeah, the government stand is that we don't negotiate with terrorists.
Yes.
However, we can go back to the who defines terrorism, and we ask ourselves, is terrorism a tool of war? Is terrorism a business? Is terrorism about politics? Is terrorism about religion? So given that context, we are able to see what solutions we can come up with. We always advocate for a whole of government, a whole of society kind of approach to solving these issues. Because if you have an issue at the border, then why would you come and, kill people in Nairobi because you have an issue at the border? So what is the underlying issue? So we are aware of push and pull factors, which push and pull persons to terrorism or violent extremism, and we try to address these push and pull factors. We have dialogues in all the counties. We have dialogues, trying to see what is the best solution. How do we prevent and counter violent extremism? How do we prevent our youths from joining, for example, Al-Shabaab and all that? So we are aware there are also youths who go to join ISIS, not only here. So what is this that is driving them? What is this pushing them towards that? So we try and look for, a holistic solution, not going for the so-called leaders of these terrorist groups and are negotiating with them. So we look for a multi-pronged approach so that we can see how we
have they ever reached out and said, look, my name is Abdi, and as Abdi, this is what I'm trying to tell you guys? Have they ever reached out?
No, they have never. But we say that every terrorist incident is a communication incident. Okay. They are trying to communicate. They are and that's why you see every incident, they must proclaim it is us who did that.
Yeah.
It's not like a thief who will come and steal a mobile phone. They wouldn't want to be
no.
In fact, they will look where the CCTV is and try and operate without the CCTV capturing them.
Yes.
But for the terrorists, they really want that CCTV to capture them.
Yes.
Because it is a communication they are doing.
All right.
Yes.
In terms of efforts, we know Kenya is collaborating with a lot of countries.
Yes.
But one thing we have seen also lately is Kenya is also now being, what is that I'm looking for? Accused of similar atrocities elsewhere. Where does that put us as a country? Because here we are, it's like we are preaching water, but others are claiming that we are drinking wine. We have seen now the US saying, mambo ya NATO ally wanataka kuangalia. And I believe that hurts Kenya's security and defense efforts in so many sectors. Is that something that worries the NCTC?
In terms of, maybe if you can be a bit specific.
I believe that we collaborate with, say, the US, for example, and the UK, because we have their bases here in Kenya.
Yes.
Whether they are training or we are collaborating also in matters defense.
Yes.
And the way we relate with them, does our internal politics also affect the way they relate with us, and how does that affect the NCTC, the efforts rather of the NCTC?
Of course, we have many partnerships. So if I start, maybe I start with NCTC first.
Right.
So we have partnerships with many, let's say, countries and organizations, including CSOs and NGOs.
Yeah.
So, for example, with Spain, we have a program which is called CT Public Spaces, Counterterrorism Public Spaces, which is a response framework for agencies to respond to terrorist incidents. Then if we go to the British High Commission, we have a collaboration with the UK on, training, capacity building. And then if we go to the EU, the European Union,
yes,
they really support, efforts against terrorism financing. If we go to COICA, which is a Korea agency, they are also supporting efforts against terrorism.
Here in Kenya?
Yes.
Oh.
So if we go to UNDP, the UNDP is also, supporting, our efforts against terrorism.
Okay.
Now, if we go regionally, whatever affects us will affect Tanzania, Uganda, in one way or another. If it is about insecurity at our ports, then we know that goods will not reach the landlocked countries in good time. So there's a trickle effect for every terrorist threat. Let's say it has not happened, but there's a threat.
Yes.
So that threat means something to our neighbors. So the need for collaboration.
Yeah.
And then if we go internationally, we have interests, and we know there is a lot of geopolitics with Kenya being based in a well placed in the African continent, with a good port. So there are many countries who are interested to do business with Kenya, and you will see the US has interest in Kenya, the UK has interest in Kenya. But you see, they also have enemies, if I may put it that way.
Right.
So, if I can't attack the big brother, then whom do I attack?
The cousin?
The cousin.
The small
the
brother.
Cousin, the friend, So, that is how the dynamic looks like. Okay. So, yeah, we are really aware of those, our allies, our friendships, and how will they affect our national security. Yeah, so we are aware of that, and as an agency in preventing and countering terrorism and violent extremism, we know that there are narratives which are always coined to either to persuade people to join the bandwagon for terrorists, and if these narratives really augur well with the vulnerable, they will easily join that. So what do? We try and counter those narratives or provide alternative narratives to those narratives.
Why don't we see such issues by the terrorist attacks in places like, say, China? They could be there, I don't know. I've not seen them in the news. If they are there, you can let me know. But we rarely hear Nairobi, utasikia Dusit, utasikia kidogo ndio sisi hao tena Westgate, and then ile bomblas ilifanyika kidogo sijui Boni Forest. But in China, you don't get to hear of these things. Is it because they don't like they don't like what is I'm looking there's a word I'm looking for ikinipotea. But is it because they don't meddle? Actually, that might be the word. They don't meddle in some of these geopolitical situations. Then they're like, look, as we just want to trade with you, mambo ingine ya politics yenu tusisumbuane.
So the question I would ask is, why do they want to trade with us? So before you trade with us, you become our friend.
Yeah.
So if you are a friend of Kenya, then you will be also prone to a terror attack.
For
So
example,
it's- I would say that probably they are more resilient. They are more, they are more aware of this kind of attacks. So they have put measures to prevent such attacks. Not that they are immune. No, it's not that they are immune, because if the terrorists get an opportunity, they will definitely
do something.
Because
okay, let me just again rephrase it, maybe perhaps it will come out differently. Kama sasa Kenya iko Somalia through AMISOM, right?
Yes.
Tuko Haiti through our police.
Yes.
God forbid tomorrow we hear some Haitians have attacked us. It will be because they'll be like, your police are in our country, wambia watoke huko, these attacks will continue. I don't see China in Haiti. I don't see China in Ethiopia. I don't see China in Tanzania trying, like a military, in terms of military presence and trying to help calm things down. They're not bringing the Chinese democracy. But we see America in many countries. Yeah, we see the UK also in many countries and so on and so forth. So you get my narrative.
Yes.
So we don't see China and their troops going to Haiti to keep the peace. So do you think that perhaps our involvement in some of these places pia tunajileteanga tu shida?
Hakuna kujiletea shida. We do what we have to do.
Yeah,
we have to prevent terrorism. We have to counter terrorism. So we have to do what we have to do.
Okay.
And it's not that China is not present in other countries. They are there. They give support through military support, through training, because they are also good in training, drone technology. You see, so they really support other countries in terms of other. It's only that I can't mention like a peacekeeping mission where they are directly involved. Yes. Yeah, but you see, we have many other countries.
Okay.
And if you look, if we go beyond Kenya, if you look at Djibouti, we have China bases in Djibouti, you see. So it depends with the interest and the opportunities which these countries give.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, coming back to Kenya. Just the other day, we have had a lot of protesters in our country being charged with terrorism after the protests that they did. And after the burning of police stations and so forth. May you please help us understand, okay, who are your people in terms of these are terrorists? Because we are wondering. We just thought these are just mere mere protesters.
Yes. Maybe I'll go back to the definition. You remember we said who defines terrorism? And there are some people who will say one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. And if you read books by Bruce Hoffman and David Rapoport, you'll see the definition is really depends on who sees what. So I will again say, is it a tool of war? Is it about politics? Is it about religion? Is it about business? So if it is about politics, what is the ideology? They are doing what? They are pushing forward. So there must be an intent. And the underlying factor about terrorism is that they use violence to create fear. So, or the threat of use of violence. So when you hear that this and this will happen, what do? You stay at home. Because you already you are fearful. Yes, you are fearful. So when they come to, it's a debate that we can have about using the Prevention of Terrorism Act to charge these protesters. But what is the charge? Now we have to go to the nitty-gritty of
the charge.
What is the charge.
We break it down.
Yes, we break it down to the charge. Because as a layman, you will see, the act is being misused. But how I've just said the act has 26 offenses. So which among the 26 offenses has this person committed? And that's where we go. There's an ideology. What is the ideology they are pushing?
Because I mean, I think majority of the time we always think a terrorist has got to have a religious agenda. They have got to look a certain way.
Terrorist must have bombs.
We must look at the extremism part of it. So are they extremists? Are they being extreme? So we look at those 26 offenses, and we what do we say? We apportion the right charge on this. If you call them protesters, then everybody has a right. And in fact, if you look at Section 35 of the Prevention of Terrorism Act, it gives the right of the arrested person. The arrested person can be released. The arrested person has a right to be, brought to a law court within 24 hours. Or if it's a Friday, the nearest working day. If it's a Monday or a Tuesday, come on Easter. So there are those provisions in the Prevention of Terrorism Act about safeguarding the rights of person. But again, there was also limitation of these rights, and the limitations are also provided by the law. So we don't read the law selectively. We read it subjectively. We read it objectively, because when we are reading the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, then the Constitution has been broken down again by many other acts, like the Prevention of Terrorism Act. So what does it say? So if you have a suspect, how do you handle this? It is provided by the law. If you are charging somebody, is this charge ambiguous? Where are you drawing this charge from? So if you are drawing it from the Prevention of Terrorism Act, does it fall in these 26 offenses? If it does not, we have other mechanisms. We have the ODPP, we have the judiciary. They will say, no, this charge is not sufficient, and we do away with that charge.
Okay.
So if you look at a police file that is being taken to court, it has about, we call them sub-files. It has sub-file A up to J. And all these sub-files, they must give content of why you are charging this person. So if you are charging this person with, maybe financing or advising, then what are the ingredients or the evidence of this financing or supporting?
So you have to provide transactions, bank accounts.
Yes. You have
a recipient.
Provide exactly. And who did he advise? Or he just, So you have to be very clear. The charge has to be very specific. If it is ambiguous, the ODPP will throw that charge out, so the person won't be charged. Yeah. So maybe if it amounts to harassment, again we go back to the rights of a person, and we know arrested persons have their rights, the right to be heard, the right to fair trial. The right to to be provided with a lawyer. So we have that.
So I wanted to find out also about the NCTC.
Yes.
Is information gathering part of your JD?
Information gathering, we have those
or intelligence gathering.
We are not an intelligence agent.
Okay.
But as I said, our composition
has NIS.
Comprises, yes. Okay. So comprises police, KDF, NIS, immigration, because we know, for example, why do we have the prison department at NCTC?
All right.
Radicalization takes place in prisons. Why? Because there are grievances in prisons. Bad food, bad accommodation, bad living conditions.
Treatment, mistreatment.
Yes. So it's easy to radicalize somebody against the prison department or the entire government. So why do we need prison officers at NCTC? For us to be able to detect or deter any radicalization going on in prison. So we know there are many avenues. Radicalization is happening in schools. So why do we need the education sector on board to help us to prevent and counter violent extremism? So you see,
so you want to tell me that every morning there's a very huge boardroom with about maybe 50 or so
no.
Where they come and say, okay, now from the education sector, nimesikia university kidogo kuna noma huko lakini wako sawa. Or how does it happen? Do you guys sit to...
You see, every month we have a stakeholders meeting. And you know, when we say stakeholders are people who are involved in one or another in law enforcement. And we share information on what are you seeing. As I said, we have our 7th mandate is to make analysis to inform policy. So what are we analyzing? We are analyzing trends. We are analyzing modus operandi. We are analyzing, information that we get from our partners. So this information that you get from your partners, what do you do with that information? So you give it to the right person who will execute that information.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Stakeholder meeting.
Yes.
I want to go back to that whole issue of radicalization and then de-radicalization.
Yes.
So if I was radicalized, na nilikuwa nimechizi nikijua mimi nataka tu kulipua watu.
Yes.
then now I have a change of heart. Maybe what happens to me? So do I come to my imam or my sheikh and then you take me into custody, put me somewhere in a safe house, or am I taken to prison for me to, detox from this radicalization? What happens when they surrender?
You have an idea because there are many ways of how returnees come. Some are voluntary, some are arrested. If let's say you're coming back from, Somalia.
Afmado.
Yes. Who do you meet? The village elder, the assistant chief, the chief.
Of now my area.
Yes, the SEC. Not of your area, but because you've decided, no, this calling was not my calling. I need to go back to Kenya and, be a good citizen. So how do you come back to Kenya? You have no transport. So there are many ways they can come. So they are either volunteers or arrested or, they report to the nearest administrative office.
In Somalia or in Kenya?
In Kenya.
Okay.
So when they come, how do we handle them? We said we have a policy on returnee, how we manage our returnees.
Yes.
So if you have sinned, lazima utalipia dhambi zako. Yeah. So you will go to the prison is a rehabilitation facility. There are those safe houses depending on the vulnerability of this returnee.
Okay.
Yeah, and we say that we need them when they are alive because they will give us information on how they got radicalized, what were their plans, what incidents were they planning in Kenya or such.
Or elsewhere.
And I think, people have been asking, we've been fighting terrorism for the longest time, and they're like, when will it end? And I'm just going to ask you in a different way, what are some of the things that NCTC is proud of in the fight against terrorism? Briefly.
NCTC, we are proud of many things. Having been, established in 2004, having celebrated our 20 years of existence, and acknowledging that terrorism is not going anywhere anytime soon. because the war of ideologies is a mindset war. So if it's about the mindset, them convincing, the vulnerable to join their cause, and us convincing the vulnerable not to join their cause. So if you look at one thing that we are proud of is coordinating the counterterrorism efforts. Bringing all the actors together and, ensuring that the response to incidents is quite remarkable. So bringing all the stakeholders together, coordinating them, that is one of our biggest achievements. Then engaging the community. We have what we call county action plans in all the 47 counties. And these ones were formed in the initial national strategy to counter violent extremism. So every county has unique aspects of how to prevent and counter violent extremism. So we bring the community on board. So something that we are proud of is the formation of the county action plans, the formation of county engagement forums, and bringing on board in terms of inclusivity of communities, religious leaders, opinion leaders, to help us in the fight and to prevent and counter violent extremism.
So we have about 40 or so seconds before we exit. As we mark this painful day, as we mark this painful memorial, what's your family, or what's your message to the families that were affected and to the country at large?
So after the 40 seconds, I hope we shall have 1 minute of silence for the lost ones. And
Sure.
My message is that we are not relenting. We are unbowed. We are not going to be cowed by these cowardice acts, and it is because of them that we exist. And we have learned our lessons, and we continue learning and relearning, so that we can ensure that such acts do not happen again.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. That's the time we've had. That is none other than Mr. Kilu, Masisi Kilu. He is the Chief Liaison Officer, Training, Research and Development, National Counter-Terrorism Center. And I believe it's actually very important that we actually observe that 1 minute of silence. All right, thank you so much. I guess this is where we come to a close.
Thank you for inviting me.
Let's do this again very soon. Let's talk about also other efforts that we are doing.
Yes.
Sindio.
Yes.
Asante sana. This is where we come to a close. Radio Generation. Continue listening because shows zingine zinakuja. But as for Patricia and myself, see you on Monday bright and early.
Hasta luego.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A Kenya Wildlife Service informant misled search teams, family members and activists in the hunt for missing fisherman Brian Odhiambo, derailing efforts to uncover the truth about his disappearance, Parliament has heard. Odhiambo was